time is now.
NUFC Talk Drive Time
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Hello. Welcome, folks, to NUFC Talk. It's 6 p.m. It's drive time, and we're here to bring you the Fulham pre-match build-up. At the minute, it's just myself, Peter, but I will be joined very shortly by Tim, my brother, and we've got a guest tonight. We've got DXK is in the building, so he's going to be with us to get into the nitty-gritty of what is Newcastle United and all the goings-on to build up the match tonight against Fulham. And it's a big game as well that we've got. So, yeah, first of all, everyone in the chat, cheers for tuning in. Give us your comments, give us your takes on what's going on these days. We'll try and get to as many as we can. Obviously, if you want them guaranteed, throw us a super chat, and we'll get to it. We'll read it straight out. Smash the likes as well, because that does help the channel just get that bit further. If you haven't done, just do it now. That would be much appreciated. And so enjoy the show. DXK, how are you doing, mate?
Not too bad.
You doing good?
Yeah, doing good. How are you? How's life been?
I'm well, mate.
Looking forward to tonight's game, or are you trepidatious about
it? I'm intrigued. Let's see what the reaction is. I can't say my hopes are like sky high. I can't say that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think it could be a nervy one, okay, which is kind of the standard these days, isn't it?
Well, yeah. You don't think we'll get a reaction then?
I wouldn't bank on it. I think that the issue is we may well get a reaction, to start with, but the kind of true test is how is the team going to perform for the 90 minutes? Is it going to be one of those where they fall away after an hour, after 45 minutes?
Yeah.
That's not the reaction we want. I think they need to show, a reaction that lasts the whole game, and it's more of a emphatic response that's needed from the derby game. But before we get into it, I just want to say personally, I think, obviously we're going to talk about Eddie Howe, probably a fair bit tonight as well. I do think it's worth just making a point to say that, in the context of what we're talking about, if you look back, obviously since he came in to Newcastle, into the club, his achievements, I think, have been monumental. And I just think it's worth, regardless of what we think now, and there's been a lot of good points made, I think, on this show about what potentially could have been done differently. And we're going to get into that. But we are talking about someone who, as I say, for me, has worked wonders. And I think that's not to be kind of underestimated. For me, anyway, it's just, I think, important to give that context in amongst, the emotion of it all, with football being what it is. It's an emotional game. But I think he's one of the good guys. So personally, that's my take. And regardless of what happens, moving forwards, because it is looking a little bit shaky.
One thing I do worry about is does seem to be this small, minute section of the fans who sort of want us to lose games to get rid of the manager, which I always kind of find that disconcerting. I kind of understand it with if it was a Mike Ashley figure who'd leave if we were losing games, but it could throw the whole season completely off course if we lose a few games now in a row. So I don't know. I don't get that way of thinking, really.
Yeah. No, I don't as well. And if that is the case, then yeah, I don't think he deserves that first and foremost. Like I say, he's to do what he's done has been immense, and I do think he cares. I said on the last show that I believe him when he said that he knew what it meant with regards to the derby. I just think there's a difference between understanding the derby and then also being capable of transmitting that across to the players. No doubt he tried to do that, but clearly he may well have tried, but he wasn't able to. He wasn't able to get that to motivate them enough in that derby match.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I say, he cares, you know. And we've said this before. I've talked to Timmy about this, and for someone like Eddie Howe, who has, as I say, worked wonders, I don't want this to see. I don't want it to end ugly. I don't want it to get to a point where it's getting ugly between, you know, the fans and the manager and just the atmosphere in general. We've been there before, you know. I mean, we can talk all night about the likes of Souness, going back quite a bit now, but you go back to these times where it was rocky and it was quite a poisonous place at times.
Yeah, McLaren or Joe
Yeah.
Kinnear or John Carver. That's the worst, I think.
hmm So we don't want that, you know.
I think Roy compared. I have to bring up Roy here, but he compared Eddie Howe to John Carver in our forum thing, which I found quite amusing. Quite a bit of a stretch on that one.
Yeah, I don't get that, but yeah, each to their own. But yeah, I'm not looking at it that way at all. You know, he's levels and levels above John Carver.
Yeah, I mean that's facetious, really, I suppose.
But yeah, so what we'll do first of all is just on that point. We've talked about the motivation side of things, and we'll start with that because I think that is my kind of main concern at the moment, is that if you were to ask me to kind of dissect things and analyze things, the manager, the players, Eddie Howe, if you said to me, you know, what's my concern as a Newcastle fan, the Mackem game obviously was yeah, it was terrible. And a big part of that is, like I've said, the players went out there and they didn't look like they were busting the gut. Now, I think my issue is we've kind of seen that before, haven't we? We've seen that with the West Ham game. I would say Brighton for spells of that game away. So all these away games like Brentford as well. So I guess my kind of concern is, and I'd put this to you two, do you think Eddie Howe can motivate this group of players in the way that he used to, in the way that he was able to in previous seasons? Also, given the fact that, you know, I think football in general, I think it is a challenge for managers who've been at clubs for 3-4 years. I think that's always a challenge anywhere at any club is
Yeah,
can a manager keep things fresh? Can they get the players' attention for that, you know, for that amount of time, for those years that they are the manager, to stop that attention from waning and getting disinterested and that kind of thing. So do you think Eddie Howe has got that kind of spring in his step to kind of turn the page, I guess, and like he was saying about evolving, turn that next chapter forward so that he can motivate them to that next kind of like phase, if you like?
Well, I think we're kind of we're in a bit of lost in transition or translation, one or the other. But we're kind of, our identity is very blurry at the moment. It's hard to know. Like, I thought we were going to become a possession based team, and then we're getting 30% possession against Sunderland and all that, and so it doesn't quite add up. And then we've lost that intensity of the high press and all that because we don't want to get injuries. But then we've lost a lot more than what we've gained from that. I think we're not getting as many injuries, but we are not the same team. And it's actually quite, a lot of the football is quite boring, to be honest. Like, it's become, and you would never say an Eddie Howe team's been boring. Bournemouth were always really exciting. Newcastle from the early day. Okay, we had to be functional when we had Chris Wood that first half a season because we were trying to stay up. But then we transitioned the following season to being a team that everyone loved to watch because we were getting people's faces, we were getting involved, we were exciting to watch. We had good attacking players. I think the season where we came seventh, and we had all those injuries, has really almost traumatized the way that they want to do things a little bit, because they're worried, they're too scared about, and I don't know if James Bunce has something to do with this, but they're worried about getting these injuries now that it seems like we don't play with that intensity very often. There's little spells in games. I thought with the Sunderland game, I was watching it and I thought, oh, do you know what? This could be a rope-a-dope thing. It could be that he's first half, we go out, block up, let them run themselves into the ground. Second half, come on, we'll go for it. And it just never happened. We never, maybe for the last 15 minutes or so, there was a bit more there, a bit more of something between their teeth. But I just felt the game was kind of really drab. They weren't great, Sunderland, but we were shocking. And there are only 2 or 3 players that I really saw. Not going to say not trying is not fair, but to the optic, like busting a gut. Like I would say Bruno was busting a gut, but he wasn't playing his best game, but he was trying. And then I thought Dan Burn, you can't really criticise. I thought he was unfortunate the way he got injured, and he was actually having a good game. And Miley, but then just there's problems in this team. I think we bought a striker or number 10, whatever you want to call him, Voltemada, who doesn't fit the style they were playing. So now they have to adapt the team to play if he's going to play up front. Viss is not fit, so we can't do that. Asula's not fit. He's injured. So I think we've kind of backed ourselves into a few corners here. Like, how do you get the best out of this? How do you get the best out of that player?
Yeah.
I want to ramble on too long, but yeah, that's just my take, really. I think
it's disjointed.
Yeah, it's not congruent. Like the style of play we want to play, and it's just all over the place.
And just quickly before you come in there to me, I just want to say as well, off the back of that, for me, a player that I would point to when it comes to like mentality, the kind of issue that I'm talking about with regards to the motivation side as well, getting players up for the game. The last 2 games, Tino has went out there and his head's been all over the place, and that's 2 consecutive games, I think, where he started against Burnley and he looked like he's still in the warm-up, and then the Sunderland game, I thought he started kind of in a similar fashion where he just looked off it. He was quite sort of slack in what he was doing, whether it was defending or attacking. His touch was off. He just didn't seem like he was concentrating, basically, like that 100% concentration that you need. And I just wonder, is that like symptomatic of the kind of the lack of I guess I say motivation that isn't there anymore in that dressing room. But and maybe Eddie Howe needs to kind of be a bit firmer with these players to kind of draw that line and kind of demand a bit more. That's the impression I get, that when I watch the games this season, this kind of like that level of sort of sloppiness, I guess, has really crept into a lot of performances this season. So you're right, Timmy. Welcome to the show, mate.
Yeah, right. DX, good to have you on, mate.
Hey, man.
So what do you reckon? You good, first of all?
Aye, good, thanks. Good shift. I worked and dusted, so I can now concentrate on this glorious show, and then obviously the tune afterwards. So fingers crossed, like it's a good night. But to come to your point, I think Eddie Howe said himself. I think it was his words where he said that we can't play that high press every game. I think you said DX. What I mean? That's what we're used to seeing. So what are we now? And Eddie Howe himself said, well, we can't be that all the time, because the amount of games you play, you're going to get burnt out, basically. So, okay, that's fine. So I think that's where Eddie Howe needs to then have a plan B. So, and I know he would say his plan B is to kind of be half and half, where you are more measured. He pointed to Everton in a way where it wasn't all gun-ho. It was more kind of picking them off and being organised, if you like, in a shape. And that's okay, fine. But, I mean, first of all, I think I would argue that we don't set up in a way where we are solid in that manner because of the flat midfield. Even if we're kind of off the press and we're standing back, because we have a flat midfield 3, we have runners wandering in behind, and if they're picked out, as we're seeing in games, then we're on the back foot big time, and the defense is being faced up by the attackers. So I just think like there's maybe not enough of a tactical variation to combat the fact that we're not playing the press. And also, I would say that if maybe you can play the press more often than not, but to do that, you need to rotate more potentially. So I'd maybe say to him, look, why don't you? Why don't you just try and play the press pretty much every game, but just rotate a hell of a lot more,
Yeah.
you know,
Mm.
and just have those fresh legs and fresh minds to try and execute that plan. And he's, as we've all said, and as Eddie Howe himself has said, we've got a really good squad now, the best squad we've had in a long time. And he could use the likes of Ramsey a lot more. He could have used Miley a lot more before the last few weeks, to, like I say, implement that press. And one thing, that last thing I'd just say on the point is that, in terms of freshness and stuff, he's playing Jacob Murphy with an injury. And like you said, DX, it goes back to the season we finished 7th with all those injuries. And I think that was an issue I had at the time, where I'm sure the same thing was happening, where players would kind of pick up a knock and they'd try and continue, and they'd get even worse, as opposed to just, biting the bullet and just declaring them unfit, and that's that. So I think, again, you want to be trying to play a pressing style, ideally, but you're trying to shoehorn players into the squad where they're not fit. So just leave them out, and then they'll get fitter quicker, surely. Do you know what I mean? When they're having a rest. So that's a few points I would argue around the style of play and sort of Eddie Howe's comments lately.
Yeah, I think you made a good point there on the rotation thing. That I think Eddie often sticks with his tried and trusted players, doesn't he? He doesn't rotate as often as he could. We've got a big squad. I know there's certain positions at the moment defensively we don't have anyone to bring in really, but I think there's certain positions where we should be doing that more often. We
Yeah.
have started a little bit with central midfield, but Ramsey, I don't know if it's something that he just doesn't feel he's ready for it yet, or he's not been impressed with him enough so far. But I think we've got to start giving these guys a chance. I think Willock did okay when he came in against Marseille, and I've seen one or two not bad performances. Not that I'd want Willock to be starting every week, but the odd game here and there just to rest Bruno, Tonali, those guys.
Yeah. Thing is, right, on that point about Willock, I think one of the reasons he did well against Marseille was because he was right wing, and he was allowed to run down the line and utilise his ball carrying ability in that position a lot more. I think maybe, you could use him there a lot more. Aye, where he's not great defensively. And I think, in tight positions, he's not maybe, it sounds harsh, but I think he hasn't got the technical ability to pull off some of the moves you need in those tight positions. Don't get us wrong, he was part of the side that got us 4th place, wasn't he, 2 years ago? And he played that wonderful ball at Isaac against Spurs. So, like,
He did
I'm not
actually,
saying, he's not, I'm not saying he's useless, but I think there's a place for him to come on here and there. And like I say, I think maybe right wing is actually more his place to be playing, especially when you've got Jacob Murphy, like I say, carrying a knock, and Elanga really struggling to bed himself in. So I'd rather Willock play right wing than Barnes, put it that way. Although, again, you said Anthony Gordon, in my opinion, you're playing right wing because Harvey Barnes is our left winger for now, because he's been brilliant and he's earned that spot. So why on earth you'd want to shoehorn Harvey Barnes right and not Anthony Gordon, where the attributes to me between both players lean heavily towards Gordon being on the right, going down the outside with his pace. That's a real bugbear. And like I've said before, it's like Project Anthony Gordon. I don't know if he's hypnotized by the whole Gordon sort of image and of trying to be an elite player, looking to get in the England squad for the World Cup and stuff.
Saying the right things as well.
Saying the right things,
Comes out
mentality
with
and all that.
sound
But
he was always
aye.
kind of brought in to be the first choice. But I think, was he brought in to play on the right wing? I can't remember now if he was. Didn't someone say something about that? He was initially.
To be fair, I think he started left in January when he came in.
He was
and he made
useless,
those-
wasn't he, for like half a season? Absolutely useless. And
he
then
was first came in.
it
He
was
just set
after that.
like
It was in the Euro 21s or something, and he suddenly stepped
yeah,
up after that.
that's
And
it.
now he's kind of not regressed fully to what he was doing at the start, but he's kind of in between the two. So he's not playing at the level we've seen him at. Again, I just wonder. Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? The retrospective thing where you think like, was that a one-off season where he's kind of been at that level? Because that's so far that's the anomaly to his career, really, isn't it?
Well, to me, he looked like he looked distracted in that season, last season, when they came back from pre-season. He had those links with Liverpool, which I think were genuine. It looked to me like his head was turned. So from that point onwards, it's just never quite felt like we've seen the same Anthony Gordon that we saw in that previous season before they came back.
I feel like it was after the red card against, was it Brighton in the FA Cup? He wasn't playing too badly. He got a couple of goals against Arsenal in the semi-finals of the League Cup.
That's true.
And then he got the red card there, and he just hasn't looked the same. And then he had a few little injury problems.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is that case. You could go back and think when we needed all that money and we had to, oh my God, we've got to sell someone. If we could have sold, I mean, hindsight and all that, but if we could have sold Gordon and kept Minte and Anderson, Elanga would never have come. We wouldn't have got Vlachodimos. So it might have worked out better for us in the long term. But hey, you can look
Well, I
back.
think
You'd do it now, wouldn't you?
Timmy might say it's not hindsight because I think you were calling for that at the time.
Were you at the time?
Well, I think at the time I was thinking, he's had a great season, but I wasn't 100% convinced that he was a better player than Barnes even then. And and I appreciated the comments he was making about mentality and stuff, but part of me was thinking, that's great you're saying all that, but let's see it on the pitch. You don't want to be talking too much. You want to do your talking on the pitch. And like I say, I think with Harvey Barnes, because I've seen Barnes at Leicester, and I know Gary has mentioned this a lot. He's seen him at Leicester, being in the Midlands a lot. But I know Gary, had said that he wasn't even inconsistent for Leicester. But even when he broke through at Leicester, I've seen quite a bit of him then, and I thought that's the real player there. So I was chuffed when we signed him, and
Great finisher.
I just wanted to see more of him.
Yeah,
Well,
I think, and I think it would have solved maybe the right wing situation, because I always felt like we wanted a left-footed right winger because we've already got Murphy, and we wanted someone to sort of replace a better player than Almiron, and which Minte is a much better player than Almiron. So I felt like that would have been solved. We wouldn't have had to have got Ramsey because we would have had Anderson. So anyway, this is the domino effect of football, isn't it? How one decision can make all these other things different, and it's easy to look at, I suppose.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. I mean, let's look back last season actually, because with Barnes, I'm looking at the stats, and last season, correct me in the chat if I've got this wrong, but according to the stats, Harvey Barnes got 9 goals.
Same as Gordon.
Gordon, I think, got. Let me just check this.
I think he got 9, didn't he?
In the Premier League, that is.
Oh, in the Premier League. Okay.
So, yeah, Premier League. Barnes got 9. Gordon got 6.
Okay.
And that's with Barnes starting 17 games with 16 sub appearances. Gordon had 28 starts with 6 sub appearances. Pretty much the same amount of appearances overall, but Gordon's had more starts there than Barnes, and Barnes has still got more goals, a better goal tally last season, 9 goals compared to Gordon's 6. So you come into this season, and you to be fair, obviously Barnes, he has had a bit more of a run, I guess, this season than last, but you do always get that feeling that the moment that he can bring Gordon back in ahead of Barnes, he will do that for that left wing slot. And I think that's frustrating when you do hear Eddie Howe talk about that. He gets asked about what the players need to do to get in the team. Like Ramsey, for example, he got asked about Ramsey, and his response is always that they need to perform. When they're in the team, they need to perform. And that's how they keep their place in the team. But that doesn't really tally up with with what we see with this conundrum we've got on that left wing, it seems like what Eddie Howe is saying there is one thing, but he's doing another thing. And like we've said, that solution of playing Gordon on the right, surely if he's that desperate to fit Anthony Gordon into the team, and he clearly rates him very highly, higher than what we rate him, let's say, right? But okay, that's fair enough. If you want him in the team that badly, put him on the right wing and give Harvey Barnes the chance he deserves on the left side. And it's kind of a win-win. I don't see why. It'll always be confusing to me why that he hasn't tapped into that as much as what he could have up till now, and why he's so fixated on Gordon just simply being a left winger. And for me tonight, Fulham match tonight, I would, start Gordon right. I would start Barnes left, and I would give that a go as the kind of first choice wingers, first choice kind of like attack, if you like. But why do I get the feeling that that's not gonna happen?
I think you'll start Barnes tonight, though. I think Barnes will start on the left. And
Right.
he might start Elanga again. I don't know, because if Murphy's not fit, that is. So I don't know. But yeah, the thing about Barnes is he's a threat, isn't he? He can have a quiet game, and you think, oh, he's not at it today. But it just takes one little moment from him, a little cut inside, and then he can smash one in from 30 yards. We don't really see Gordon do that as often.
No.
So I think that it's it's a frustration, because I do think that Gordon at his best he can be exceptional, and I think against certain teams, particularly seems to do well against the better teams for some reason. I don't know why, but in those games against where you'd think he'd be really good, the Sunderland, Fulham's a good example, sort of mid-table team, teams like that, or even the lesser teams. Although he was good against Burnley, but he does tend to sort of not have such such good games against those teams. He drops off a bit. So I don't know what it is with him. If it's a mentality thing that he's really up for those big matches, and then maybe we could just use him as that, a luxury player for the big games, and have Barnes in for the other matches. But I don't know if Gordon would agree to that. He'd probably throw his toys out the pram if that happened.
Well, I've said before, if he did that, then you've got your answer as to whether you've got, in my opinion, an elite player. So an elite player wouldn't throw the toys out the pram; they'd knuckle down and prove it on the pitch when they get the chance. And I mean, someone said in the comments there about Eddie Howe doesn't want to do it in case Gordon throws his toys out the pram. And I think that is a massive problem if it is the case, because, like I say, if I'm the manager, I'm wanting to find out the character of the player, and if I put him right wing and he's sulking, then it's alarm bells, and it's me kind of maybe saying to the board, look, we need to maybe ring around here to get some money in for this player, because he's not bought in. And Harvey Barnes is at a go out on the right, and he's knuckled down. And a lot of players in his position would have kicked off, and from what I can see, he hasn't at all. He's just really got on with it.
And I wonder if that's
and don't get
maybe for Barnes, because maybe it's because he's kind of the nice guy and he'll take it. Maybe that's why Eddie's like, oh, we can stick him on the bench. He's not going to complain.
Maybe I have said before, it is maybe testament to Eddie Howe's mind management in that he has kept the lid on that, and Harvey Barnes has been fully motivated every time, and he hasn't kicked off. I think he's maybe brought him in and said, look, this is the crack, Harvey. I really rate X, Y, and Z. I want to do this, I want to do that. So he's kind of managed them in that way, maybe. So, like I say, Eddie Howe, I think he's shown his man management over the time he's been here as being brilliant at times. But obviously it's not coming to fruition at the moment. And with Barnes, don't get us wrong, Barnes didn't start the season great. I'm not going to rewrite history. He did get the nod at the start because I think Gordon was injured and we had to play up front, whatever. And he wasn't great. But after the Man City game, when he scored those 2 goals, he came into the side and really stamped his authority down on the left wing. And from that point, that should have been, don't get us wrong, yes, rotate him, but bring him back in. Play Gordon in midweek games, but bring Barnes back in for certainly the likes of Sunderland away.
Yeah.
And like you said, Peter, I think it's a case of, no, it's a chance to cement Anthony Gordon back in. And, I think Eddie Howe just overrates him, and whether there's a bit of fear around Gordon sulking, who knows. But the journalists don't really ask him these questions. Don't ask these pertinent questions, do they? And it's not an attack on Eddie Howe in that I'm not saying we should be, any journalist should be sitting there slinging mud at him. It's just like it's a football question, isn't it? And you want
Yeah.
to be curious about this, and they never really, really ask him a direct question in that way, and that's frustrating.
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't really ever go beyond the kind of the very traditional kind of safe question. There are a few that ask a cheeky question, but it's very pally, isn't it? So,
A lot of it is very generalized.
but you know that you'll get a diplomatic answer from Eddie all the time. Maybe that's the thing. They're like, well, there's no point. He's not one of
Well,
those.
I know what you mean, but that's why I'd push. That's why I'd be like, I'm going to try and open that door. Do you know what I mean? I just throw a few things here and there, and you might get a little nugget here and there.
Yeah, you might do.
You could ask him, does Anthony Gordon, has he said to you face to face that he doesn't want to play right wing? Just ask
Aye.
the question. Is that what he's
Aye.
said to you? Does he see himself as a left winger and nothing else?
Yeah. Because it's reflective of the fact that he's rarely played there. So you can't argue against that question.
Did he play there against Arsenal in that game where we won 1-0 and he put the cross in for Isaac's header? Did he play right wing or did he just cross it?
That was
No, he
his
played
cross.
right wing.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
he played right wing though.
okay,
Yeah.
so maybe he should. Well, maybe that's not a bad thing, but then it would bring another element into the team because you've got another right winger apart from Murphy who can actually cross a ball in quite well with his right foot. Bit inconsistent with his crossing, but at least it gives you that option to go wide. Whereas at the moment we've got three wingers who tend to cut in quite a bit. Elanga does, even though he's right-footed, isn't he? But they do tend to cut in more than they go out wide. And then
I
you've got
don't think
Murphy.
Elanga knows which foot he is, to be honest. But
No, he's a frustration because he's a player that you would buy because of his physical attributes, but his technical attributes might be 30 out of 100, and his physical ones might be 80 out of 100 because he's so quick and all that. And he's also he's so quick off the ball, but on the ball he's not very. He stops a lot. He does an overturn.
yeah,
Why is it, DX? What do you think is happening with Elanga? And what do you think when we bought him? And why do you think it's not working?
I think he's got. There seems to he plays with a bit of fear, doesn't he? He doesn't. There's certain players like Ginola used to be like that, or players like that who play with a kind of expressiveness and liberation in their play. He plays with sort of he stops and he's, oh my god, it looks like he panics a lot. And when I've watched him a couple of times, he's got his head down quite a bit, and I don't know if top players play with their head down that much. So this thing, and Asula does the same thing actually. And I think it's just like you running and you're hoping something might happen. And I don't think he's a very good technical footballer. He could be a good runner, a good effective player. I think in the end he'll end up playing more central because I don't think he's got enough to be a winger, kind of getting balls into the box on a regular basis. And especially in our team where his pace kind of gets negated by the fact we play sort of deep and then they've got all their men back and he can't really beat people that well. He did set one up against Everton, but again, even if you look at that assist, he was stretching because he'd miscontrolled the pass when he actually got the second ball into Voltemada. So even that was a miscontrol that thankfully led to a goal. So I just think technically he's one of the poorest players in the squad. I know that sounds harsh, but I really do think he's just not on the level of a top Premier League or even a decent Premier League footballer on that side of things.
Well, we're talking about putting Gordon right wing. How about Elanga left wing? And you've got Murphy and you've got Gordon for that right hand side, two more than capable sort of deputies or right wingers to fill that slot. And then would Elanga not be maybe better served playing on that left wing? Would that not be something that could get more out of Elanga in terms of his attributes and the fact that he is quite unpredictable? You don't know which way he's going to go. Maybe that left wing is something that Eddie Howe should look to try with Elanga because, again, you said it. His technical ability looks like it ain't really there, and it's causing him to become tentative and hesitating. And maybe on the left he could maybe express himself a bit more, and it helps. It would help potentially to freshen things up. So again, that kind of flexibility is what I would like to see.
Yeah, they could try something different. I mean, you wonder how much of it's the players saying, "Well, I want to play there." And I can't imagine Elanga would, though. He doesn't have the kind of the credit in the bank to do that, really. And Gordon might do. Gordon probably does have the credit in the bank, but yeah, it's a bit frustrating. And I wonder if he could be retrained. It seems like we sign all these players, we have to retrain them to play here and here. Right, you play midfield now, and we don't sign them in the position they're really in. So, but I think at least in the last 20 minutes of games, now we've got this, so it might not be such an issue. But we should have been using Elanga or somebody like that as a striker when we were sitting everyone behind the ball, and we'd keep Voltemada on in quite a few of the games. It was pointless because you're just banging the ball up. He's so slow, Voltemada. Technically, he's brilliant. So he's the opposite of Elanga, brilliant technical player, but slow as anything. And you bang it up, and he can't. He's not going to outrun people. So yeah, I think we've missed a trick there. That's what I would have done with Elanga, probably use him as an impact sub. But
Yeah, I think I agree, and I think like just briefly on Elanga, I knew that he wasn't maybe the most technical player, compared to somebody like Kudus, who Spurs got. But I think so. My disappointment, I thought, well, at least he's going to be a really good player to have when you're playing away from home, when you're playing teams who come on to you. I think we've got a weapon we could use, and then against the low blocks, we've still got Jacob Murphy, who was like the assist king last season. So I thought, at least, like I say, it's not the all round right winger where a lot of people wanted, but I thought you've got a decent balance between two options there. But I think, like you say, the lack of technicality is kind of biting them, coming back to bite them. But also, it is the mentality, I think, where those basics where he could be a threat in certain games aren't there. I think partly because of the fear, like you said, DX, and I think he hasn't adapted, he hasn't settled. He looks like he's overthinking when he gets the ball. He's afraid to maybe make a mistake. He's not on the floor. He's, like I said, just trying to think 2 steps ahead, and it's a breakdown with his teammates when that happens. And I said weeks ago, I think this is now a situation with Elanga where he needs to be eased in here and there to get his confidence going, and that's why I was surprised as well that he was thrown in against the Mackems, like sink or swim, and like you say, Peter, like if Murphy's carrying a knock, then play Gordon right wing. You've got Harvey Barnes playing really well left. Like, I'm sorry, Eddie, the solution was there really. But on Voltemada, what are you made of him, DX? Like, do you kind of like think he's underperformed lately or not getting the service? And what would you do going forward with Wissa and him?
I just don't, and I'll probably get killed in the comments for this, but I just don't think at the moment he's a number 9. I feel like he's a number 10, and it's based on the fact that he doesn't. Sometimes he holds the ball up really well, you go brilliant, but a lot of the time it just bounces straight off him, or he tries to do a bit too much, and he's never. It reminds me a bit of when Joe Linton played up front, although he's like 10 times better than Joe Linton as a striker, but in the sense that he drifts so deep all the time that sometimes you look up and there's nothing there. There's who's up front. We've got nobody, and I think that's, to me, like, there's that little question in my mind of, is he he's obviously, I think, a really talented player, but is he right now? Is he the right striker for this team? Because we had Isak, who's a totally different type of striker, and we've brought in someone else we have to obviously adapt our game completely. And I don't think the idea was to play him up front that much. I think Visser would have started most of the games.
I agree.
Ultimately would have played deeper. But I think I wouldn't be too harsh on him because I think there's a really good player there. You've got to remember he's only been playing regular first team football for about a year at a good level. He was playing in the 3rd division in Germany on loan, and then he had a few sub appearances for Werder Bremen. But last season at Stuttgart is where he started to really make his name for himself, started games on a regular basis. And it was only the second half of that season when he started scoring goals. So it's only really like, a year of him being a regular professional footballer. He's nearly 24. So it's going to take time for him to get used to playing number 9. And I think it will help to have Visser, because Visser can play up to, I would love to see us, whether Eddie does it or whoever the manager is does it, I don't know, have Visser up top when he's fully fit, and then have Voltemada number 10, and just play 2 in the middle if you have to, 2 central midfielders if you have to do it that way. Just change it around a bit and try some different things, because at the moment we look like we don't seem to penetrate the defenses at all in a lot of games. So
Mm.
I'd like to see a bit more up there, and I think it would also free Voltamota of that responsibility of being the main man up top.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Well,
that's how I look at it.
yeah, I mean, Timmy, you said it a few days ago. We were talking about Voltamota, and I mean, first of all, I don't think it's necessarily a criticism to say that he's a number 10. Like to say he's not a number 9 is not saying Voltamota ain't useless. Is useless rather. It's not. I know there's the whole thing of you say he's not a striker, and it's like, whoa, can't say that. But I think really, like what you've said, I think all it's getting at is that, Timmy, you mentioned earlier this week, Voltameda is a bit like a Sheringham or a Bergkamp. Now,
Yeah,
if you look back at that era, would you have played Teddy Sheringham on his own up front?
no,
You
it
wouldn't
was that
really.
partner, isn't he? He
I
always had
think,
a Shearer or whoever it was, someone like that.
yeah, and obviously Bergkamp had Ian Wright or Will Todd or whoever it may be.
Yeah,
But so I think it's a fair observation, to say that about Voltameda. That
and it's not a criticism because even like with
yeah,
Peter
that's what I'm
Beardsley,
saying.
Peter Beardsley would play off a striker, and he was a
Yeah,
brilliant player.
yeah,
And so yeah, we're not saying he's crap, he shouldn't be in the team. But you have to play like square pegs in square holes and all that kind of thing. So don't start moving people about. Like Ramsey's going to play here, and no, it's getting a bit silly at times. I think we're doing it too much.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, I
But
mean,
I understand we had no other options for a long time
mm,
because Voltamada's been the only fit striker for quite a bit of the season. So
mm. I mean, you talk about
It's been unfortunate that way, hasn't it?
it has in
aye.
that sense.
Just you mentioned there about sort of square pegs and round holes. I mean, the West Ham game was
With the right backs.
yeah. That's the first time I've seen it become desperate.
Yeah,
That's the first, time where I really thought, wow, I've not seen it like this before, where you've literally got Chow right back, and then I didn't even realise Tonali had went right back until someone told us. But even just Chow right back, that in itself was like, that seems desperate, and it's something that I never kind of had seen Eddie Howe.
Tonali played right back in that game at one point.
I think it was Chow first, and then apparently Tonali. I didn't realise at the time, but
And then in a cup game we played Miley at right back for a bit.
Marseille. Aye.
Marseille. So I
yeah,
don't know what's going on there. Are they worried that we don't have?
it's these like the kind of like these like red flags that just pop up
Yeah,
in this season that I hadn't seen at any other time during Eddie Howe's reign. So yeah, but I mean on Voltameda, I think, like you say, in an ideal world would see him and Wissa link up. Like you say, for example, Bruno Miley in the middle, and then you could have Voltameda just behind Wissa with Barnes and Gordon on the wings, let's say.
what if we played without wingers? Would that work? If you played like almost like I'm trying now, it's probably getting too funky, but I'm trying to think if we could play a diamondy midfield maybe and make it more narrow. But then you could get, but then maybe that's too many in the middle. Maybe we could get too
I mean,
packed.
let's put this out there. Could Voltameda be part of that diamond, or is that bringing him too deep? Could you put him at the top of that diamond with Bruno and
Who are
Miley
you going
behind
to
him?
put?
It would be
True.
interesting.
But then who else is going to play then? So you got Wissa, then who? You know what I mean? Like,
Wissa up front, and then the two left and right wide players.
It's
well, possibly, but I think
but putting it out there.
aye. I think one option is the diamond where you've got the two strikers, and then so you've got like Wissa
Yeah.
and Voltameda, and then a diamond where you've got the number 10. I know Jefferson's mentioned Miley's a number 10. Some see him as a 10, some see him as a 6, but or you could have Ramsey in that hole, and then you've got the three behind a bit. So it's like it's a reverse 4-3-3 in that when we had Martins, Viduka, and Owen. So you could have
yeah.
that set up. Aye. And a lot of reliance on the fullbacks there. And obviously, we've got the fullbacks to give you the width, and the left and right centre mids could then drift out, and then the thing is that's like a defined number 6 in that system. Like at that time it was Nicky Butt in that position for that period, and again Eddie Howe didn't want to play that, does he? And who would we have? I mean, Toon Army maybe, but
Yeah, I mean,
I,
Tonali, Bruno, Miley. Who are the options? Well, the only one who scores any goals seems, well, maybe Miley, but the only one who's been scoring any goals is Bruno this season, isn't it? Out of the central mids, Miley's got a couple, but I don't know if I don't know if that's just not part of Tonali's makeup or if he's been playing too deep. But he hasn't scored, has he, this season? He scored what, 3 maybe last season, 2 or 3.
Mm.
So that's the one. I think that's the one thing that stops him being absolutely elite is if he could get 10 a season on top of all the other stuff he does, he would be out of this world, really the best. So, but yeah, so it's an interesting idea though, isn't it? I remember when Kenny Dalglish, weirdly for him, because he played such defensive football after that season, but he took Ginola out of the team actually, and Gillespie, and he played with Tino Asprilla behind Ferdinand and Shearer as a front three, and it worked really well. Obviously, they're 3 top players, but like you say, maybe if we had Voltemada, Visser, and that number 10, it would be exciting. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It would be exciting. We'd have options, and we would probably score goals. So try it. I'd love to see him try it and be bold.
I think the game's call now for that as well. Just in general, football, Premier League in general, we want to kind of see that a return to that kind of style again. I think because a lot of teams seem to kind of play the same formations, the same tactics. These 2 wingers with 1 up front. It would be nice to kind of have it swing back round the other way, where, like you say, you've got more emphasis on 2 strikers at times with someone in the hole there. Like you say, Owen done that really well. I know Owen, obviously controversial figure, but for that brief period that Kevin Keegan came back into the club, Michael Owen did execute that really well behind Martins and Viduka, and I think that formation that was my go-to on Champ Man. I used to always play that formation, and I think we need to see the return of these kinds of formations where it's a bit more attack-minded. Whether we will with Eddie, we'll see. It doesn't look
our winners aren't set in the world, are they? So, well, apart from you say Barnes, but I'm sure. Well, what about Barnes as a number 10? Could he be a guy who could do that well?
I think he could.
Quite possibly.
He's a great finisher, isn't he?
Aye,
he is.
Aye. Yes, you could do that.
Do you know what? I just
And he
watched
could drift as well.
There's a goal that I'd forgotten about with Barnes that I seen it there on YouTube. The Luton goal at home 2 seasons ago with his left foot.
Yeah.
And he tucks it in the corner from like 20 yards out, 25 yards. Like brilliant technique, and he is like a classy finisher. And I saw that goal, I was like, I forgot about that one, and I just wouldn't see Gordon doing that kind of finish.
No, he wouldn't.
When he's kind of just caressed it in the corner like that with his wrong foot as well.
And that was in the 4-4 draw, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
He did the same again. I think he came on as a sub, didn't he, in that game? And he did the same against West Ham.
West Ham came on
3-1 down. And he came on and scored 2 goals. Yeah, so he brings something different to the team. He goes on kind of these hot streaks. Then, like last season in the run-in, there was a period where he was scoring almost every game. He scored against Man United, scored against this, that, the other.
Yeah.
And I think a play like that can be invaluable because especially where our midfield gets almost no goals, to have a winger who can then chip in. If he played all season, I think he could probably get 15 goals.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be huge.
Well, for Leicester, when they got relegated, let's have a look.
I think
he got 13 goals.
13, in the Premier League.
Yeah.
And I don't think he only started like 25 games that season. So,
right.
So that's pretty amazing.
And I don't. Yeah, it is, and I know like some people, like someone said in the comments there about him being it's Win, isn't it? Aye. So Win says Barnes is too soft, and like I understand that sometimes he drifts out of games, and you're thinking, where's the impact? He's not involved, but I think like you compare to Gordon, I think there's a myth around Gordon anyway in terms of, let's say, tracking back anyway. Like, you mentioned the Brighton game last season, DX. If you look at that game, it's not just a sending off. He just basically didn't bother to track Minter's run for the goal that he scored. He just literally just stopped running, Gordon. So I think there's a bit of a myth around Gordon in terms of his work rate that he gives you that over Barnes, but I don't think he necessarily does. Yes, Barnes probably could have a bit more hustle bustle about him to get involved in the game, granted, um, but maybe that would come if he knew he was, nailed on. If he was afforded the opportunity, put it this way, that Anthony Gordon's been afforded. I mean, somebody said in the comments about Voltemade for Germany and that he plays number 9 for Germany. I don't know if they play like 4-4-2 or 4-3-3.
Well, the
It'd be
thing is,
interesting
he
to have a look
scored
at that.
goals for Germany, but when you look at who they played against, it's been Lithuania, Northern Ireland, teams like that. So I wouldn't read too much into it. Although I'm pleased he has started scoring some goals for Germany. So yeah, I wouldn't get. I'm just not getting too carried away on him again. Like I say, as a number 9, and that's we've all said it's not to dismiss his quality because he could be like Matt Letizia wasn't an out and out number 9, but he was an incredible scorer. And I feel like he might be one of those sorts of players who scores incredible goals, doesn't get you 30 a season, but he might get close to 20, 18, 20 goals. But they're all like half of them are wonder goals. So I think it could be that, and he sets up another 10 maybe. That's what I would see him as for the long term.
Yeah. Timmy, are you in control of the comments at all? Of your end?
No,
Just
I'm not.
because V for Vendetta is getting the pitchfork out.
Really?
Just for not interacting enough.
All right.
Okay,
with the
go on.
comments.
I'm not in control. I had to log on late because of work.
Yeah.
But, I don't know if you've got the controls there, Peter, but you can still read some out, I think.
Yeah.
let's have a look.
Aye. But yeah, we've got a comment there. Apparently, Colaccini's on the channel. So yeah, it's happened, folks.
Colaccini,
Cucurella.
Cucurella, wherever you want to compare me to.
Yeah.
Did Colo inspire you, DX, or was it like that before?
No, I kind of like always had curly hair when I was a little kid and stuff, and grew it out, and then I had it short for a while, and yeah, he didn't really inspire me specifically. I kind of just was, I think I might have inspired him. I don't know. Like,
you should have definitely when he was playing. You should have got a Toon top with Colaccini number 2 on the back.
Yeah, well, actually, I've got quite a funny story. There's a guy, I won't name him, but there was a guy from Big Brother. He was a winner of Big Brother, and he's living in Brighton. And we met. We our paths crossed, and he sent me one day a picture of him with what's the name, Cucurella, and he'd met Cucurella thinking it was me again. And he'd gone up to Cucurella and he's going, "Oh, John, what are you doing?" All this kind of stuff. And Cucurella's going, "What?" He played for Brighton.
Oh my God, honestly.
He didn't know. And yeah, I've got the picture. It's funny. It's him with Cucurella, and he left me a voice message. I said, and he said his name's Mark, and I was like, but yeah, that was quite
funny.
So you may explain to him, did he, what the crack was? You may explain to Cucurella, look, I thought you were.
Oh yeah, I think he did in the end. Yeah, he was just like, yeah, and I was just like, how did you just bump into him? That's pretty cool. Anyway, he said he's a footballer because he knows nothing about football. He's a footballer.
You would have been thinking, hang on, I'm a famous footballer.
Yeah,
you're getting me confused for one of your mates.
Random guy that you met once.
Yeah,
on a drunken night or something, and added on Facebook. Yeah, it was quite funny.
I've got a comment here. I can't put it on the screen, but V for Vendetta says, you're forgetting who our manager is, South Howe 4-3-3, which is really a 4-5-1, or it's a 5-4-1 and nothing else. We are boring, defensive, slow. Crap, awful to watch. Eddie has turned into Southgate. Lee McFarlane asks, do you think we should go for centre back in the January window? The injuries really. So you've got burnouts, you've got doubts about Botman. Obviously, we've got Cher.
Yeah.
And Chiao. What would you do?
I think we might have to look for a long-term centre back because I'm starting to worry about Botman now. This is happening for
Mm,
3 years nearly, and the guy's never. It just I'm getting Woodgate vibes. So, and I love it
mm,
because I think he's another brilliant centre back, and I'd love to see him playing every week, but you can't play him. He just breaks down all the time.
mm.
So, yeah, I think we're going to have to get a centre back, and we're going to have to get a striker. That's my opinion, and preferably a left back as well. But I don't think we'll get three players. We need. I thought we had good depth, but when I look at it now, it's like, man, we do need a few to plug a few holes here.
Mm, mm.
Yeah,
I
but January is notorious for being a tricky window. That's
Yeah,
for getting players in, and for clubs to want to let go of players mid-season. So
I
yeah,
mean,
it's not ideal to be in that position where you're kind of scrambling around because you're short. You want to be approaching the window because you want to enhance the squad and build on what you've got, not necessarily just to plug holes. And you know what I mean, like because you're short in fullback and positions or wherever it may be. So yeah,
yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? But I think,
mm,
yeah, we do need to add to the squad, of course, and we because now I think now for the next month we're just going to be having the four, at most four senior defenders, aren't we? So unless Trippier makes a quick comeback, but I think Eddie said that he won't be back till January. So yeah, we're down
mm,
to the bare bones. It's going to be the same guys every
mm,
week, unless he bloods some of the youngsters like Shahar maybe.
hmm
and
yeah,
that's what really I would like to see, really. But
yeah,
as we've discussed, um, it's yeah, it's one of Eddie Howe's faults, I think, and I think the team news is coming out soon, if not now. So we'll double check that. But just while I'm checking, so what are your thoughts, DX, on on Eddie Howe, um, on the future going forwards? What would you do?
Eddie Howe. So I've not quite got the pitchforks out like some people have yet. I think this is a huge. Now this is it. This is huge for him. This is his Waterloo. This run of games, because now if he can turn things round and we can win a few of these festive games, we need to stay in the cup. We need to then have a run in the league of winning a few games, not necessarily in a row, but 3 out of 4 or 5, just to get ourselves back into the mix.
Mm,
But I will start. I will certainly be one of those people who starts to really turn on that if it doesn't, if it goes the other way. And I do think there are limitations to him. I want him to evolve as a manager, and he hasn't done enough for that
yeah.
at the moment for me. And I think that this is where I'm starting to lose a bit of faith in him. It's the same thing every week where if we're a goal ahead or 2 goals ahead, we sit everyone behind the ball, extra defender on, which you can't do now because we don't have enough defenders. But he's bringing his extra defender on, everyone behind the ball, quick, hang on. And then we always put pressure on ourselves by doing that. So I think as a manager, yeah, I'm very much of the mind that he might be the manager for this season. I'd love it if he could at least have this season and we have a decent, reasonable season, but I would be actively looking at who's out there for the summer for sure.
yeah.
And then maybe if we can get someone, I don't know if it would be Glasner or if we go for someone from a different league or what.
hmm
But for now, I'm certain I'll back the manager because I'm not going to start turning in that way.
hmm Well, I'll come on to that as well. But I'll just mention the team because that's broke here. So we've got Ramsdale in goal. We've got Shares in. The big news is that Wiss is starting
Okay.
up front. Barnes, yeah, so Barnes will be left. Um, got Tiao next to Share. Livramento at full back. Now you got Jacob Murphy in, actually. So who is starting? So you
So
got Murphy,
Hall at left back.
Lewis. No, he's not actually. So yeah, that answers that then. So it'll be Tino at left back. Um, no, sorry. You got Murphy. Yeah, so you got Murphy and Barnes. You got Willock, Bruno, Ramsey, and Miley. So it looks like a midfield three of Bruno, Ramsey, and Willock with
Murphy
Wisser
front.
up front. Um,
Barnes in the wing.
Probably
wing.
Murphy at right back, isn't it? Do you think, or Miley at right back? I think he's put Miley at right back by the sounds of it. Well, that's a funky
This
move.
is a tough one to work out.
Miley's not playing. Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry.
He is.
Miley's playing.
Yeah,
Jeez Louise, what's going on?
I'm trying to work this out. Yeah. Well, obviously centre backs you got Shaw and Chow. So, and then centre mid, Bruno, Ramsey. But
Yeah.
then you've got Willock and Miley as well. So one of them probably.
Connor says there that Miley's right back.
Miley's
likely.
right back. Yeah, that's what it would be. I would rather we put Shahar at right back and played Miley in midfield, but
Yeah.
I guess that's just the way it is. Hey, this is an unusual team. We'll see.
Yeah,
I think you've got to give youngsters, like, there's not necessarily a perfect time. Maybe, you'll stumble across a game where you are winning like 4-0 at half time, whatever, and you think, you know what, I can blood the youngster now. But
Yeah.
that's rarely going to happen. Sometimes you've just got to throw them in there with senior players, so they're not, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they've got help out there. You're not just blooding a load of youngsters at the same time. So I just think, even tonight, I know there's a lot riding on it, but if you haven't got a fullback, maybe it's the night where you turn to Shahar and say, "You're up, and I support you," and just give it your best. And you've got
Yeah,
help
I
out
would
there.
have liked to have
Yeah,
seen that. Yeah.
yeah.
aye. But I
He's
think
on the
ideally
bench.
he would have had some appearances before now, so that when this game and these injuries do come along, he's more sharper mentally and physically to slot in there.
Yeah.
Mm.
That is a strange one. Personally, we'll see how it pans out, obviously. But
The bench is.
I wouldn't put Miley right back myself.
We've got Neve, Shahar, and Alex Murphy on the bench. There's 3 young players on the bench. I think. Well, yeah. So I assume. Well, Voldemort will probably come on at half time, do you think? Because I don't think he'll give Wissa more than a half. Unless he puts Neve up top, maybe. I don't know. Will he do that?
No, I think it'll be what you said. I think sort of half an hour, half time, 60 minutes. I think Voldemort will come on, and then at the weekend, both have played, half, and they're both fit enough to then, pick against Chelsea. So I think that's the way he'll work it, which is fair enough. But obviously, the longer time goes on, the more people will be asking for them to be both on the pitch at the same time to start the game.
Yeah.
Granted, there's no one on the bench then necessarily to come on. That's part of the problem in a way with Asula being injured, but still, I think that question will be asked. And I think, just to go back to what you said, DX, about Eddie Howe, and I'll always say that I've got a massive respect for Eddie Howe, and I'll always say that because of the fact that he's brought back European football, Champions League football. He's won as a cup, and for me to experience that after having so many near misses, I will always be grateful for that. And I think he deserves respect for doing that for us, and just bringing back some professionalism, that had went astray before, I think. But I think, yeah, like last season, when it was going south and there was problems, I thought, well, no, I think given the season, he's got credit in the bank to ride the season out, and he did do that, because obviously he got to stop 5-1 as a cup. So I think that was the right decision, I think, obviously then. And I just think now, you fast forward now, some of the bugbears that were there then are still here now. And I don't think it's a big ask to have a same sort of turnaround a second time. And you want to iron out these bugbears by now. And obviously we're talking about juggling European games that he struggled with 2 years ago. You would have liked to seen, more progression in that way, evolve in that way in his management. And it's just, again, a personal thing. Everyone's got their own personal views on football and what they want to see. And I just think personally, there's some fundamentals that I'm kind of just not really agreeing with. And I've said before, I haven't got me, UEFA B license, wherever, but I just fundamentally don't agree with sometimes setting up the way we do, in that we don't have protection for the back four, yet we sit off the opposition. So if there's no pressure on the ball and you've got runners in behind your midfield who are free, the defense is going to be vulnerable. And he's not going to change that. It seems like by now he's wedded to that system. And I just I just think if we're not going to evolve, like you said, DX, it's a case of looking out there to see who is available and putting the feelers out to see not only who's available, but when would they be available, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I mentioned Iriola, and that's a bit of a, I appreciate, he hasn't managed in Europe, Iriola from Bournemouth. It's a lot smaller club with respect. You look at Thomas Frank going to Spurs, and it's not exactly going great for him, even though, he's a well-rated manager. So, yes, I understand the risk with that. Obviously, maybe Glasner's been mentioned. But I just I want to reinvigorate the players we have who I think are good players. Maybe just a fresh voice and a tweaks here and there to get back to our pressing system, which is what Iriola absolutely loves and implements with no half measures, when it's at its best. So, that's why I'm thinking about him, where it will be a real smooth transition if we did change manager.
Well, yeah, it just kind of as well, it goes back to a little bit, back to what I was saying at the top of the show about the lack of fight that I've noticed this season away from home. It's not a good sign when you see the team kind of collapse in the way that they've done on quite a few occasions. It just tells me that maybe he's finding it difficult to really motivate the players now compared to maybe when he first came in. Those first, 2-3 years, absolutely brilliant. The job that he done and what he got out of that squad. It just feels now, like you said to me, the word stale does coming to my mind as well. Like when you see the way that the players have performed sometimes this season, it's so up and down. What 1 minute, they'll be at it. You think, okay, this is more like it. But then the next week, they're so far off it. Just purely in terms of being kind of like the application. We mentioned Elanga, but I mean, like I say, even Tino is kind of like slacking off. And it's just not a good sign. It does make you pause the question, doesn't it? Like, is this team listening to him as much as what maybe they were?
Has he lost the dressing room? That's what you're asking, isn't it? But remember,
again, lost the dressing room, not as in like, because in some managers lose the dressing room in a way where the players despise the manager, and they kind of like, they're just down tools and they don't want to do it. I think more in this case, it's more like I think they'll respect Eddie Howe and he'll command respect. But, I just wonder, are they kind of, because to me, it seems like Eddie Howe's running out of ideas. And, he maybe hasn't got that kind of Kevin Keegan motivation quality where he can extract that extra kind of like 10% that maybe he was getting from them. Maybe now clearly he is finding it harder to do that this season, and they're not going out there feeling like the 10 foot tall, and a really top manager who's a good motivator is able to send players out there feeling like that way. And
well, he doesn't have the Keegan Robson personality, does he? He's not as much of an extrovert, I don't think. And
no,
maybe that is the bit where you can almost like make these players in their head just have that extra little bit of 5% of I am a great player and I'm like, these kinds of things. So but I was thinking Sir Bobby Robson when his tenure ended, it was kind of a similar thing where the fans got fed up with him. Sounds like some of the players weren't listening to him. Yeah. But we look back on him now as that legacy that he left was phenomenal.
Exactly.
Yeah. The same thing happens with Eddie Howe when he does leave, that people in a few months after he's gone can look back and go, what a great job he did. Brilliant. And respect him for the job he did. Because right now people are angry and, whatever. But just when he inevitably does leave, let's look back on the good things he's done.
Totally. I don't want the same to happen to Eddie Howe where it ends unceremoniously like it did with Robson. That's not, come on, like we don't want that. We don't want to be that kind of club where it's so cold-hearted that way. For me, anyway, that's my take. So
I must admit, it was interesting to see and listen to you guys try and work out our team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he playing? Who's there then? I tell you something now. It's like literally picking names out of a hat and see where they land on the Sabutio table. And literally, that's what it feels like. You know what I mean? Listen, I've looked at this, and if Miley is right back, and he, for me, the easiest solution, and I don't like to say it, would be Murphy going right back, Miley same position, and just throwing Willock down the right hand side. Because from what I've seen in previous games, when he's played outside there, he's not been too bad. He's run the ball, he's kept hold of the ball. Done a lot more than Elanga's done since he's come to the club. So in that space, so I wouldn't want to change too many placements against these guys, because at the end of the day, these can be a tricky team to play. I've just seen their team drop down. Wilson, who was in the team of the week not so long back. So, like I say, there is a lot going on. So, guys, it's been lovely to have you. It's been lovely to listen to you. Have a great evening, and I hope the results go for you. We will keep our fingers crossed, right? And let's see if we can work out this team. Cheers, guys.
Take care, lads.
Take it easy.
Cheers,
guys.
See ya.
Right then, team, we will be bringing you the live commentary.
You are listening to
NUFC Talk Radio.
the voice of the Toon Army. Live daily on the website, on YouTube, and on every online radio directory.
NUFC Talk.
The voice of the Toon Army.
Right then, here we go. Welcome, Boki. Interesting take of the lads had just seen the teams drop, and obviously we don't get them until an hour before kickoff. So they literally dropped a few minutes ago, and it was a difficult one to chew on, if I'm honest with you. So there's a lot of people saying that it is Morley that's playing right back. I've just seen, and by all accounts, Louis Saul is ill. So what you're starting to see now is exactly what we keep saying. When players go down with a flu bug or some type of illness, they should be nowhere near the bench, should be nowhere near the club, because what you're getting now is not players, injured, but just unfit to play, unwell to play. So, strange one though, when you've got Shahar on the bench, who's a natural right back, plays the system well. And I'm going to put this in the chat straight away, because I was watching you guys. So again, keep all of your comments coming, because it is interesting to hear your points. But Iron Monkey here, if he debuts a youngster in a quarter final and he has a mare, Howe would get absolute pelters. Now you're playing a youngster out of position. What's the difference if it goes pear shaped? For me, even though Miley's had a fleeting appearance there, young Shahar ain't a bad right back, and he's been touted. He's played international over and over again now at under 21. So he's got that experience. And this lad, for me, is the closest thing, if you like, to being involved. And you've got some experienced players around him that can coach him through this. So that is, to me, a massive curveball. I mean, I'm not saying drop Miley. I don't think Miley should be dropped. And like I say, how fit is Murphy? Because, I mean, obviously there was talk the weekend that he was unfit to start because of this thigh injury. So, again, how much has he recovered from that? So, like I said, if you want to give lads a bit of a break and a bit of a rotation, then throw Willock down the right-hand side, see how he gets on. I mean, he may just give you that little bit of an opening. Connor's just thrown in there. I mean, you could even throw Tino at right back and Alex Murphy again on that left back position. So it's like for like situation, rather than, again, this is where Eddie does make these strange decisions for me, where he plays players just because he doesn't want to drop them, as they've got the experience, but plays them in the wrong position for me. And then you get a negative effect from that, because as we've seen when Dan Burn is in the side, at left back, you get players then half thinking, do I need to cover a little bit more, which doesn't seem to work well for me. So, Boki, your thoughts on the team? We'll throw it on the screen in a minute for you guys. In actual fact, I'll throw it on the screen while you're chatting your thoughts and everything else, mate.
I think I can confirm it is Maley at right back. I got a rumour before the teams were announced, and I put it in our group chat that was going to be the case. So I do think he's been training there for most of the week. So
Yeah.
I do think it's going to be Miley at right back. The rest of the team, it kind of makes sense. I'm a little bit worried about bringing Wisser in so early, so quickly after the injury. He didn't obviously have much of a pre-season, and I suppose as long as he can last half, we're arguing that if he's on the bench, he should be fit enough to play. So kind of contradicting myself, but I think Wisser's a little bit of a worry. The rest of the team, as I say, it's not a bad team. It's actually probably quite strong for this competition, for what other clubs do. So I've got a few concerns, but not major ones about the team that he's selected.
Yeah, like I say, I'm not saying you look at their team, and I mean they've been decimated because of AFCON and injuries. You know, they've lost a lot of their main players, if you like. I mean, the way they've been playing, Bassi at the back has gone. I mean, obviously Iwobi. Again, none of these players are, big named players, but they're obviously squad players that have done reasonably well at Fulham. And to lose those three, then you've got the likes of Sessignon out injured, Munier's out injured. There's a lot going on for Silva to sort out, and that's what I said. When you've lost virtually the spine of the team, depending on who's playing where, like I say, we'll come up with those in a minute. But like you say, everything else seems to be where you expect. There's a bit of rotation there. The rest of the players will be playing in a similar position. But like I said, there's natural players sat on the bench. Yes, they're youngsters. Yes, they've got no experience. But the reasons why they've got no experience is because Eddie Howe doesn't trust them. There's plenty of games where they could have at least, 20 minutes in games this season just to get a feel for it.
One thing I can't quite understand with this selection is we've been calling out all season for the two attacking central midfielders to be pacey ones and the ones who will run forward. Why we're playing Voltemada, because obviously he tends to drop back a little bit. All of a sudden have a proper number 9 and he decides to play the two pacey midfielders.
Two pacey, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
the two lads that'll run.
Yeah,
exactly.
Make a lot of sense.
Yeah, this one's another one that I starred from Chris Davis. Morley at right back, and Eddie wonders why people criticise him. So, again, it doesn't matter which way you turn, there's a potential banana skin under your feet here. Whether he goes with the young uns or whether he goes with the more experienced crew. There is, like I say, like for me. If player comes out, you shouldn't have to change several players in position to try and fill the void. So, very much a strange one for me. So, yeah, Ramsdale, Shaw, Wisser, Barnes, Chow, Livramento, Murphy, Willock, Bruno G, Ramsey and Miley. And to obviously have a look at the bench, Ruddy, Joe, Linton, Tonali, Gordon, Elanga, Voltemada, Murphy, Alex Murphy, that is, Shahar and Neve. So, like I say, the three young uns was the first into the ground by all accounts. I think they were there at 5 o'clock. So keen to impress the gaffer.
I tell you what would be interesting to see if he does with Miley at right back what he does with Dan Burn at left back. And maybe whether he'll push him a little bit further forward in regards to trying to use his height, because he is a tall lad.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he'll use the same tactic and we'll see it on the right hand side in this game instead of the left.
The left, yeah, potentially. But again, what you've got with Miley playing in an unknown position. Are you going to get anything down that right hand side, as in a build-up play? Is he going to be too mentally tasked to actually move down that line? And like you say, if he's been training there all week, maybe he's got a little bit of confidence. But like I say, there's nothing like playing a natural game at right back. And maybe it's something Eddie should have thought of. Maybe. Against the Mackhams, because nothing else was working. If he'd got this in mind, he might as well have just said, "You know what? Let's sort something out for Wednesday. let's just change the team around." Crazy.
He didn't do that because he was worried about the fact that he'd done it before and got called out for it. When he did the game, had 4 right backs. Do you think he was worried about changing anybody in that game, particularly like that again, because he got such a hammering?
I wonder whether he turned to Tonali when he was doing the team sheet. Right back Tonali. No, thank you, sir. On the bench then. Yeah, that would be a classic, wouldn't it? Let's have a look at their team then, guys. They've got the impressive Lecomte, Tete, Anderson, Cuenca, Robinson, Berg, Lukic, Wilson. Like I say, he was in the team of the week. Smith Rowe, Kevin, and Raul. And for me, the one to watch out of that lot is number 22, Kevin. He can cause us no end of problems, and he'll probably be up against Moyley. So that's going to be an interesting battle for me. On the bench for them is Lenau, Castagna, Diop, Reed, Carney, King, Ridgen, Adama, Kuzi, Assar is their substitution. So, like I say, nothing too spectacular to shout from there. Like I say, it's the forward line that worries me. And like I say, the one that does worry me a lot is Kevin coming in, because like I say, down that left-hand side, he'll come in instead of Iwobi, because obviously the AFCON, he's all gone off. Is it Nigeria they all play for? I think it is. All three of them play for Nigeria. So it is going to be one of those situations with that. I mean, have you seen much of Fulham, Boki?
No, I've seen the playoffs, but that was about it. And they didn't seem a great team. We didn't play well in that game. Even though Wynn said we could have scored 7.
Could have scored 7, yeah.
Yeah. But
the usual.
The usual. But no. They're the Premier League team, so they're going to be decent. But I don't think we should have to worry about them in this game. You'd hope would have enough to turn them over, especially with the players they've got missing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a quick look then at the way I think they will set up. I think they'll go with the 4-2-3-1, as a lot of Premier League teams do now across. We've got Lecomte in goal, obviously. Tete at right back. Anderson and Cuenca, their 2 centre halves, and Robinson again, impressive lad from the States, coming in at the left back. Then deep number 6s will be Lukic and Berg. Then you've got Harry Wilson on the right hand side, like I say, and then Smith Rowe in the middle in that 10, and Kevin on the left hand side. I believe that's how they'll set up. Harry Wilson likes to be out on that right hand side. We know Smith Rowe likes to play through the middle. So for me, the ideal opportunity for Kevin, he usually jumps in place of Iwobi, would be there. So again, Moyley will have his work cut out with this lad if the game goes on that side of Fulham with Jimenez up top. And like I say, Newcastle, it's the usual setup, and the lads that have come in, obviously a couple of replacements. Like you said, this was, to me, this sounds crazy, but this is the team that I would have rather have seen start against Sunderland. Not so much Willock and Ramsey in the middle, but I would like to have seen maybe Moyley and Gilmares, maybe, or Tonali in there with Joe Linton. And they're saying like Joe Linton's still recovering from this groin, hence he's not started again tonight. Why is he on the bench? It does make you wonder, you know. And where's Harrison Ashby? Because they were saying that the Harrison Ashby has been training with them this week, not even in the squad. You know what I mean? Why did they buy this lad? Is he 24 now, Harrison Ashby? You know, it's ridiculous, really.
Tonali, didn't we?
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Like I say, he had a fleeting shout in pre-season, but then he got injured, and we haven't seen him since. Or has he gone out on loan? And I'm not sure. Maybe he's gone out on loan. Harrison Ashby will leave on a free, says Foxer. Yeah, it's criminal. It really is, to see where this lad is. But what do you think of the setup then? I mean, you know, Willock and Ramsey, like you said, they've got the legs to run on. They should test Berg and Lukic. We know Smith Rowe doesn't really track back well. He likes to come to the halfway line, and then he's a bit of a lazy player, a bit of a luxury player. We know Jimenez will give it his all. So for me, there's definitely there's areas that we can get at these. Like I say, Harry Wilson will work really well down that left-hand side. He'll support Tete. We know Livramento and Barnes link up well. We've seen that previously. I have no issues there. Miley and Murphy, that's going to be the thing. Are we going to get something from Willock playing on this right-hand side, where maybe Willock comes out on the right-hand side, you'll get Murphy that'll drop into the inside right position, Willock on the outside, and Miley perhaps coming up into that 6 role and playing in a similar vein to the way Trippier plays it when Trippier's in the side. So then it'll free up Bruno to move in.
I think Murphy's probably in the team, as you say, for more his defensive qualities. Plus, I mean, Elanga was absolutely useless the other day. But
Elanga was useless going forward, never mind defending.
Yeah. So I think that's why Murphy's came in. As I say, the one thing I don't understand is why put a round peg in a square hole with Miley at right back? Why not give one of the young'uns a chance? And I mean, I'd love to. Is his first name, his second name pronounced Shaw, the young lad? Shaw.
Yeah, young lad.
Yeah, I would love to hear your commentary having to do Shaw and such Shaw in one team.
Shaw. Yeah. Moving on. I tell you, I struggle with Tino and Trippier and stuff like that, and it's even like Harvey Barnes and Burns. Barnes and Burns, when they play it together down that left-hand side, it's Burns versus Barnes, Barnes to Burns. And my tongue just goes all over the shop. It does most days, that being a yam-yam. Interesting to hear Paul on the show last night from Wolves. Obviously, the next major town to mine. So, yeah, that was Chukwueze knocked you boys out the Champions League, says Anton Moody. Chukwueze, there you go. Yeah, he's not with you though. Unfortunately, he's like I say, he's in AFCON. Don't want to see Joe Pillock tonight. Joe Willock, turn up, please. That's the one, Ricky. I'm absolutely with that one, buddy. Vendetta, please move Marley from right back. It's making me think less of this channel. We all have opinions, but Jesus Christ, it makes me think you're having a laugh at our expense. It's what everybody's telling us it is, mate. Like I say, I would have probably left even threw a gamble in there and put Murphy at right back. I mean, somebody's saying that we're going to be playing wing backs, but I wouldn't want to see Livramento as a centre back either. So like I said, there is definite room for thought with this squad and how it's going to set up. But when I saw the team drop, it was literally, like I said, Eddie Howe must have picked numbers out of a Sabutio hat and just threw them on the field of play. And wherever they landed, they're starting there then.
To be fair, what he might be thinking, Gary, is, and this maybe is a good point, he might be thinking, this is normally what I do at the end of the game when I've made me substitutions. I throw players on in random positions. So what I'll do is I'll have the players on the bench so I can put them in the right positions during the game and try to turn it around. So we've actually got the best team we could play at the end of the game.
At the end. Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's what it is. Successfully broke there, says, anybody tell Voldemort not to defend in the box? No, he's not in. But to be fair, that is an amazing reason why defenders don't be strikers and strikers will never be defenders, because the mentality and the setup is totally different. And I know it was really, I think it was Cuffy who was talking the other day and said, you've got to follow your player. The way what I was meaning was, because of that one movement and that poor header away, it opened us up a little bit. And because he hadn't got somebody to visually sit on, he saw Louis Saul running out to the width, Voltemada, and that was his line, if you like, because he hadn't got a centre-back in front of him. And that just means that everybody's all out of sync, really. And you can blame the two centre-halves behind him, because Shard and Chow were a little bit deeper, but I think they saw the danger. And I think that was the reasons why they probably dropped in towards the edge of the 6-yard box to try and obviously see what was inside, in front of them in that peripheral vision, you see, rather than just trying to stop and block the runners. I think they was trying to find and follow the flight of the ball. But again, I always say, I think what you're going to have for me, and again, has Miley got that today? Has he got enough people around him that talk, give him direction to a degree that he'll understand it? Because I ain't being funny. As good as Fabian Schär is, some of his English, especially his Geordie, isn't the world's best. And we know Bruno's Geordie is not the best. You know what I mean? So what I'm hoping for today is a bit of direction, a bit of leadership from players around him. Somebody who can talk to him, somebody who can tell him when to stay, when to go, and things like that. Because without that, it'll be rabbits and headlights for Miley. But for me, I'm a big admirer of him. I hope he has a good game.
That's the big thing with this back four. Not only it's quite young, apart from obviously Shaw. But with Shaw, he's never been a leader. He's always been somebody who has to be led, kind of thing. If you remember when he first came in,
yeah,
he was there was issues with him. I hope I'm not setting him up for the night, but there was issues with him, so he's not going to lead that back four. And I don't see a leader in there. And I don't really. I know Bruno's were captain, but I don't really see a leader on this pitch.
No,
I don't see somebody who's going to, if things are going bad, and this is partly why sometimes Dan Burn, I think, gets a game or gets the nod over people, but I don't see somebody in there who's going to grab her by the scruff, and hopefully we'll absolutely go on and smash these and it's not an issue the night, but I don't see anybody who's going to grab players by the scruff of the neck and say, look, come on, this isn't good enough, we need to do this, do that sort of thing.
Yeah, like I say, for me, it's a strange one. Because Eddie Howe talks about having leaders on the field of play. Gary and Boki, you are now on the main TV. Take it away, says Carlton. Yeah, cheers, dude. For me, it's about you lead sometimes by example, and we know that's Bruno's forte. Bruno, even though he got, I suppose, told off to a degree by the gaffer for speaking very honestly and openly post the Macomb game, and for me, well deserved. From the captain. If that's the way he felt about the boys that he was playing next to, then fair play for him to say it. Because the gaffer never did. You know what I mean? And sometimes I think the lads, when you talk about having a good leader, I think that has to come from the gaffer. And I think the gaffer sometimes has to take that in hand, even if it means you have to hold your own hand up and blame yourself. We don't really ever hear and see Howe ever say, well, that was my fault. And I'm not saying it was. I mean, he can only put the team out there. It's up to the team to perform on the night or on the day. So, it is going to be an interesting one.
Sometimes he could just play lip service to it. So, even though he doesn't think it, the likes of after the Sunderland game, him just coming out and saying, look, I know what this meant to the fans. I'm really sorry. We're going to do better. We're going to push. We're going to do things differently. This is a turning point. I'm not having this again, sort of thing. But it isn't. It's the very Magnolia answers that he comes out with week in, week out, and they don't change. There's no sort of change in passion or change in. If anything, sometimes he seems more down than ever getting himself up.
What do you think his PE teacher name would be? Mr. Vanilla.
I think we'd have done that.
Mr. Vanilla.
At
the end of the day, it's like everything, isn't it? You are there to get fingers pointed and everything else. And I've been reading in there, and I just see. I've just got something coming. What's this? So he went through the team with ITV. Murphy, right back. Ramsey, right wing. Miley, Willock and Bruno is in the middle. So there you go. It's Murphy, right back. Ramsey, right wing, which, okay. Miley, Willock and Bruno in midfield. There you go. So, like I said, until I hear it, that's. I mean, I'm going to have to play with my little spreadsheet here in front of me now and try and see how that looks.
I'm actually slightly more worried about that than I would be.
Well, I can't. Again, why change so many players to try and just to bring one player in? You know what I mean? It don't make any sense to me.
You can understand Murphy coming in if you're playing somebody inexperienced at right back, because he will give the cover. But if you're putting Murphy at the right back and you're putting Ramsey on the right wing, then you don't get that cover from Ramsey necessarily.
Now, unless he's giving Willock freedom, he's playing more of a 4-4-2.
Two.
You know what I mean? Today, and having Willock just playing in that hollow, if you like, to try and get Berg and Lukic working. And what you'll get there is Bruno and Miley will just sit in. Then if Murphy does go and support Ramsey down that right-hand side, you've got Miley to a degree. Either Bruno can jump straight between the two centre halves and Shaw can come out, or Miley can go on the diagonal. So, I mean, there is a method in the madness. I see that. Now I've got it down on my pitch. But again, I would have just gone with Willock on the right-hand side, if I'm honest with you.
You then the problem with that thing as well. You then moving three players out of position. If I'm right, yeah. You know, instead of you can kind of get if he's going to play one player out of position, but moving a team of players around that much, just
Yeah.
He just seems to be trying to squeeze a team of players into a formation. To be honest, and I think you're quite right. I think he might just have picked these out of a hat and thought, well, nothing else is working.
Nothing else has worked. Yeah, go on, Ramsey. Go and have a run out, son. You know what I mean? You might as well run around the horse field, mate, because, like I say, you're not going to be... Well, like I say, let's see what happens. I mean, you know, the one thing, Ramsey could be that little bit of a secret weapon, because, like I say, Robinson won't have a clue how he plays because we ain't got a clue how he plays there. I've never seen the lad on the wing, to be fair, on the right wing. Seen him on the left-hand side, but I've never seen him on the right-hand side. So it's going to be an interesting one. See, there's a lot of people now questioning. He heard you ask for rotation, so rotated all those things, says Christina. Adrian Berger is saying EH and JT out. 4-4-2 does need a comeback. Can't go wrong with a classic sometimes, says successfully broke. So others are going 4-4-2. You know what I mean? They're not happy. It will be a 4-3-3 with the ball, and without it, it'll be a 4-5-1. Absolutely, Vendetta. You know him well. Anton Moody is saying not convinced by the Berg Lukic pairing being poor this season. We broke it up by putting Iwobi there, but now reverted back. ESR improving. So, Anton, welcome. Obviously, you're a Fulham supporter. You're absolutely right. I mean, Lukic had been out the side for some time, hadn't he? I know Berg can do a job in there, but Lukic seemed to have been struggling. So, with the AFCON, like I say, it does upset a lot of teams. And like I say, it's just a shame we didn't play the Mackhams next weekend. Should have asked if we could swap Chelsea and Sunderland around. Get it on the screen, Gary, says Stevie Waldo. Oh, you want me to put my thing back up? Okay, mate, I'll put my thing back up just so you guys can get some idea where it is. And like I say, apologies because you've got all of the balls and everything else hiding it. So that's how literally it's going to look. Maybe Miley on the left-hand side of the three and Willock on the right-hand side. Again, I have no issues whether they play left side of the three or right side. Miley seemed to do okay, to be fair, against the Mackhams because he played more the left side than he did the right. But, I mean, this is a brand new partnership for me down here. So, between these two, that's what I said. The easiest solution for me, you put one player in and you put one player out. So he comes in at right back. We know Tino's had to go over there. And you just put Willock there, rather than just move it all around. I mean, the last time Willock played, he played right of the three. Now he's probably going to be asked to play left of the three. So, but I mean, for me, I hope, in all honesty, we get something. Let's move them back. I'm hoping we get something more like this, if I'm honest with you. Yeah. Because what you'll get there is that freedom to go and link up play left and right hand side and do these little pockets of overloads. And I would say it's going to be more like a high 8 rather than a 10 role for Willock, because I think it'll be more of a free role. We know he's not much of a defensive figure. And again, how much Wiss has got in his tank, only time will tell, if I'm honest with you. But yeah, it is going to be an interesting one, that one, when these guys start to play. But like I say, I think this could be, a little bit of a good point for Newcastle, just to move the ball forward and try and fill that void a little bit more, getting a bit closer to Wissa, because we certainly want somebody to sit on the shoulder of the opposition, don't we?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if he does go with that formation, Gary, if he goes with it like that, I would feel a lot more comfortable than I do with what I think he's actually going to do, which is trying to put the players into a 4-3-3, his normal 4-4-3, and just try to get them to play and open a few players to play in positions that they're not used to. And it's not really fair with bringing new players in either, and then asking them to cover for players who are playing out of position. You're setting them up for a goal, basically.
Yeah, just some updates, guys. Apparently, Louis Saul is out with a minor hamstring issue. Don't forget, he missed 6 matches earlier this season with a hamstring injury. And he's got a minor hamstring issue. It's not illness, it's a hamstring issue. So there you go. That's why he's dropped out of the squad.
That's becoming a bit of a worry about how many injuries he's had so far.
Well, I do think, though, when you haven't got a natural player to fit in, sometimes you push yourself to be okay as well. Yeah. When you're a player and you can see the team need you back, you tend to fight the cause a little bit more, and you just grind in a little bit. But for me, I think it doesn't matter who starts, and I have to say this because, like, tonight, it isn't just a cup tie; it's a chance to rewrite the mood around this season, because that's what we need, And it's got to be the mood change, the mood shift from the outside of the dressing room, inside the dressing room, and on the field of play. It's Fulham at home in the quarterfinals, and this is where the mentality must start. And we've got to go out there as if this is the final, and that's got to be the mentality today. Like I say, it doesn't matter who starts or where they start. It's got to be the right mentality and the right approach to the game. And if they do drop into this, 4-5-1, and they allow Fulham to get at you and build that confidence and build that that mentality around you and being positive, sometimes it can go against you, and we saw that against the Mackhams. The question on everybody's lips for me was when Eddie Howe turned around to the boys and said, be level-headed but have the fire in the belly, and sometimes you can't work with those two channels. You've got to have that mental, I'm going to beat you individually. We've got to win those individual battles, and we didn't see enough of those battles being won by many. I can say the only real player against the Mackhams that come out with any credibility, I could say, and that was little, was Bruno, and probably Ramsdale, but and maybe Malik Chow out of the back line, but there was very few players that you saw that actually produced anything, and the forward line was absolutely abysmal. So that's what I'm saying. For me, it has to be the mentality, the approach to the game, and it has to be good from the offset, and we've got to get at these boys. What's your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, completely agree. The other thing I was going to say as well, Gary, is we do have a left back 40, 50 miles down the road that's doing very well this season.
Well, he's probably playing at his level, though, mate. That's what I said.
He probably is, but would he start the night in this team? I think he probably would. I think you would have him.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, you're playing like for like, then, aren't you? Rather than having half a dozen shifts around the field. So, and we mentioned that, didn't we, when he went out on loan? We've not been fully blessed with fullbacks.
No.
Of
a replacement.
Go on.
We never brought a replacement. We obviously shipped him out on loan, and obviously that's now till the end of his contract. He's not coming back. But when we didn't really bring in a replacement, so yes, we had Trips and Tino say at right back, but at left back we only really then ended up with Hall. We haven't really got cover at left. I mean, I know Dan Burn plays there at times, but we haven't got like proper cover there. We haven't got a natural left back that can go in and cover that position.
No, you're right, and I think you've also we've been talking about it for a while now. Playing these guys in that in that swapping position role, like you say, especially at fullback, we're all limited. We know as much as for me, Trips has been amazing. We always knew there was going to come a time where he needs to go, and that's why I said for me, there has been opportunities for the lads in the academy just to step up on the odd occasion, against the lesser teams. And I'm on about, maybe the Cambridges, things like that, where you're just saying, well, I'll come into the team and I'll try and have a look at you for 15 minutes. Sean Neve's been on the bench now, I don't know how many times. The lad's never going to get a sniff. Even though, like I say, potentially he's going to get muscled out a lot of the times. But if he can sneak something off a toe or, something just goes right for him, and he's certainly got the ability to shoot, I can't understand it. I seriously cannot understand it.
Can I ask you a question, Gary? Do you think that now if we go 3-4-0 up, which hopefully we do, that it would enter Eddie's head to put on a couple of them young lads and just give them a run out for 15-20 minutes? Or do you think you would shy back still?
I think the one thing you have to be aware of is the the pressure on Worcester tonight, because obviously Worcester all want to perform in front of the home fans. You'll want to give something back to them. What we can't afford to do is make it too hard on him. And like I say, we don't want to lose him before we've actually seen him fully fit, because that is the other the other issue you get, isn't it? We're bringing them back too quick, if you like. So for me, it's a case of get the job done, make the changes when they need to change, and like I say, I know what people say about bringing one on at a time, and seeing the game out. What I don't want to see Eddie do when he makes the changes is be negative when it comes to making the changes and being defence-minded and trying to hold on to the lead. We look so much better in attack than we've ever done defensively. The lads just don't feel comfortable. They don't look comfortable. They certainly don't look confident playing a defensive role. So why try and create something that's just not there? It just doesn't make sense for me.
I get why he's by the Bunce is obviously part of this as well. Why they've changed this style of football in regards to not just all out pushing and intensity, because it tires players out and knackers them, and by the amount of games that we've got. But on the flip side of the coin of that, we spent a lot of money in the summer transfer window to bring players in. So could you not still play that style of football because we've got a bigger squad now?
You have, but what you've got to make a point of here is, like, obviously we don't know how serious this hamstring is. This is a really tough period for any football club over this Christmas period. Games come thick and fast. And I think now you're down to the 3 fit defenders, first team defenders. So Eddie has to plan for something this weekend. You can't just be reliant on, maybe they'll back, and I heard Chris say yesterday, what's happened to Botman with these injections in his back. It's been a little bit swept under the carpet, this noise about Botman, and I have this really sneaky feeling that Botman has gone already. I think he'll be gone in January. I don't know why, and I also think Tino has the potential of leaving as well in January. By all accounts, the rumours are saying that his father has this liking towards the Man City interest, and that's all I'm going to put and all I'm going to say. So, for me, it could be bad news when it comes to the defence lineup, because we could be even slimmer than we actually are. And like I say, and this always comes at a time. You've just mentioned Target going to the Borough. It's what was mentioned when he was sent on loan, because at the end of the day, Eddie needed to give him game time. He wasn't guaranteed any game time at Newcastle, and as soon as you sign the loan form, we get injuries, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
But you see, but yeah, it is. But again, this is why I keep thinking that we are so naive, because if we're not getting any recall in the contracts, can be recalled in January or whatever through injuries. You can put anything in a contract, so your players can be recalled. Newcastle don't bother. Newcastle just get on with it. Go and enjoy your time at Middlesbrough. And I think that's naive. I just think that is so, because none of us have got crystal balls. But if you haven't got it written in the contract, then your hands are tied. And that's, it was the same when Cordero went away. They've had to literally beg, borrow, and plead for his return just to give him game time.
And Gary will be paying the majority of Target's wages. I can guarantee you that. There's absolutely no chance Middlesbrough are paying him anywhere near the 120 grand a week he's on. Yeah. So, if we're loaning players out and we're covering probably the vast majority of the wages, we should be able to put whatever we want in their contract, the agreement, obviously to a point, in regards to being able to recall them, as you say.
Yeah.
We're sort of in control of that situation.
Anton Moody there is just put in about Seth Ridgen. It's somebody that'll go over your head, a name, but he's a really hot prospect. He was in one of my fledglings, if you like, my 60 top fledglings coming through the system, and Seth Ridgen, as you've just mentioned there, mate. What a talent he is. If he keeps his head in the right place, I think he's a future star at the making. I think you can make a couple of quid off him when he gets a little bit older. I'd certainly love him in a black and white shirt, never mind a white and black shirt.
Do you think Wilson will set the ground running this January in regards to younger players and starting to get some in and starting to I know Mitchell did it to a pot. Was starting to do it, but do you think he'll liven that up? That's maybe part of his premise when he's come in, part of his job to start getting the youth team and things sorted out.
Listen, I think there's a lot riding on Wilson. This is really his first major window. And I think, it's like he's already made a point of saying about looking at Eddie, not talking about what player Eddie wants. He's trying to feel what Eddie plays with regarding the way, the style Eddie plays. And I don't want to take too much into that, because, like I say, like for like players are great if there's flexibility within the squad. I want to see some players, some flair players that better than Willock, but like Willock, because Willock has the brain, the capacity to play the right football. He just doesn't have the skill set anymore.
Yeah.
There comes a point in anybody's game where, I still believe I can kick a ball. You know what I mean? Mentally, I've still got it in my head that I can still kick a ball and play half decent. I fall over my laces, mate. You know what I mean? And that's how it is. There always comes a time where you're just got to say, oh, I've reached my ceiling, I've reached my peak. And, for me, somebody, and again, I don't want to be detrimental towards Fulham, but I think the likes of Fulham would be a great fit for him because of the way he plays. I mean, he would be one of those players that would walk into Fulham's team, and as long as he kept himself fit and available, I think he'd play majority of the games because he has got the football within him. The problem is, I think that the players around him at Newcastle have overstepped him, have overreached him. And now when you start watching him play, and because we've got some really good players, even though they've not really been performing very well this season, I think when you see them at their best, it's got to be so disheartening because some, players like, and this is going to sound quite detrimental, but players like Murphy, who's the happy-go-lucky, you can throw whatever you want at me, he's the perfect S-Housery type of guy to have around you because he always smiles, regardless of what you throw at him. So you can imagine what he would look at on a training field. He'll watch all these players doing all these tricks and stars and everything else, and he'd be like, oh, great. Where somebody like Willock, who's a confidence player, would probably just, back away. He probably wouldn't want to be involved in that.
Willock's only 26 as well, and sometimes, yes, you want what's best for Newcastle United, but I think sometimes you also have to think as what's best for the player. And as you see, he could go on and have a great career at a mid-table, lower Premier League club, at a more top-end Premier League club, which we are now. He will have outgrown him with the team itself, because when he came in, he was really Bruce's sort of go-to man. Him and St. Maximin were were the two guys that he went to. And now that the team's got better and we've got better players, as you say, we've outgrew them, and where we are in the league is outgrew them. We're challenging too far up now, and
yeah.
I hate to say this about any player, but he's not a Champions League player. I think is probably the easier way of saying it. He's never going to be a player that you'd want to see play in the Champions League. He is a Carabao Cup and as I say, a lower Premier League player.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, it's easy to sit here and just say, like, that there's all of these players are professional players, and one of my when I was training, when I was coaching, I had a young lad whose father thought he was, the next Pele, if you like. And his dad used to come up to me and he said, "Wait, can I ask you a question?" And I says, "Yeah, of course you can." And he says, "Why do we always look at players in the lower divisions, and these lads never get the opportunity to go and play in the Premier League or Serie A or anything else?" And I said, "It's usually quality." I said, "It's the mental approach to games." And I think that is Willock. Gavin Fuller's there just asked, "Are you sure, Gary, Willock and football brains don't go together for me?" They do if he's playing in a team that wants him to play. And I think that is the difference. With players like him, you have to want to be included. And I think you'll get the best out of him. I'll be honest with you, and Gavin, please tell me something different if you can tell me different. The best ball I have ever seen played is by Willock to Isak against Spurs on the left-hand side with the outside of his right foot. That to me was the ball of the century. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. The lad has the ability in his locker because there's no way you'd be able to do passes like that if you hadn't got the ability in your locker. Like I say, the problem with him is the fact that you don't always see on a week-to-week basis because I don't think he feels he belongs at Newcastle. And I don't mean that personally. I think, like I say, he's very rarely included in the games anymore. So when you come to a game with that mentality that I'm a reserve, you're never going to get the best out of them. And that's literally how I see it.
Anyway, the lads are on the pit training now, Gary.
I've just seen Miley training at right back, though. Have you?
I thought he was when I seen it.
I mean, I don't know. Like I say, is Eddie Howe taking the Michael here and talking to the press again and throwing a bit of a blanket over it? Because I've just seen Miley playing as a out of the four there. Yeah. So it's going to be an interesting one. They were throwing balls up. So let's see. Because like I say, it could all make a massive difference.
Huge fan of them new training tops, mind you. I don't like the
I love them.
Tops. Oh no, not for me.
I love them, and they remind me very much of the. Very much like the old German training tops, the international team training tops. And it wouldn't again, talking about Adidas, it's probably something that they had hidden in a closet somewhere. You know what I mean? From back in the day. Cherky, great strike. So it looks like Man City have just taken the lead against Brentford. 1-0 City, says Adrian. Yeah, good strike. He's having a great start to his career at City.
So am I right? Am I saying right in saying the night, Gary, that with this team that we've picked, there's only one of the leadership team actually in the team?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bruno.
Yeah, and that's what I said. Yeah, Eddie made the comment about he wanted as many leaders, and then there's only one on the park. So, like I said, it does make you wonder how. And when I was trying to speak to Christina yesterday, it's like I love the way Christina comes across. It's beautiful, but sometimes I do feel as though, and I'm not saying Eddie's lying. I'm just saying Eddie has a way of literally throwing anything over a fire and doubting it. You know what I mean? He puts a little bit of water on top of the fire, and it's I wouldn't say a hypocrite, but it's just never really gives you the full truth. It gives you snippets, and it's like, you can go and write whatever you want now to the journals. I'm going to give you that little bit, then you go and write what you want. Get on your way. Like I say, it's a little school teacher, PE teacher, Mr. Vanilla. So I mean, it is crazy to see where he is on the training field. I'm just having a look at here. Despite our injury woes, Newcastle United are not expected to recall Matt Targett. There you go.
Yeah. Do you think this team proves that he's not prioritising the Carabao Cup this season as well? In that this is the team where he's actually made quite a lot of changes, and do you think that's more of a reflection on the weekend, or do you think it's because he's not prioritising this game as much as he will others?
I think he's got to start looking, and again, it's very difficult to say, what are you prioritising and what aren't you prioritising, because it's still a strong squad. We questioned it when we played against Tottenham, didn't we, and beat them 2-0. And I thought, we were the best team on the night overall. So it didn't shock me. And again tonight, you've got to have rotation for these lads to be mentally prepared and up for any game. And it doesn't matter what competition that is in. And the amount of injuries we've got at defence now, it could be Tonali at right back next week. Who knows? So it does make you. For me, everybody's got to have minutes in the legs. The more we can get mitted up to the hour mark, and I mean that open-heartedly, without creating all other problems for him. Because, sometimes when you come back, you can start, your gait changes a little bit because you try and protect your leg that you're recovering from. So your emphasis goes on your stronger leg, and then, you're opening yourself up for a groin injury. We've seen it with Joe Litton. That's exactly what Joe Litton did. So it's always going to be an interesting one for me. But I always look at these boys now that are coming into the side. And that's what I said. Whenever you're building a squad, you've got to build from the bottom up, and then you start matching the quality on the field of play and pushing the odd one or two out. And you hit the mark before where you were talking about the January window and getting the right players out and getting the right players in. We can't just buy players for names. They have to fit the system. And that's what I think Wilson will do. I've just got a little bit of news here. I'm going to pop on the screen. This is Ramsey, who's had a pre-match interview. So I'm just going to give you guys a listen to him. It's around about a minute long. Bear with me a second. I'm just going to throw it up on my screen, so I'll make sure it fits the screen very well. And we'll have a listen to what he has to say on Mr. Ramsdale.
Aaron, good to see you. A derby defeat can deflate, or it can make a team more determined. What do you sense in the group?
Sensing that we can get to another semi-final in the past 3 years. The holders of the cup from last year, and sense that we can go on and win the trophy again for the supporters.
What does this competition mean to this club?
Well, obviously I wasn't here, but I know everything about it. It's been made aware from the supporters, the players, of how much joy it brought and the jubilation of seeing. So we want to try and win it again, and hopefully we can do that by starting tonight.
And what needs to be better? I'm sure you will have looked at the game on Sunday, of course, a different challenge, but what needs to be better?
We just spoke about playing our game more, playing our free-flowing attacking football, defensively staying strong, trying and cut out errors, but that's football, and tonight we got a chance to put us through to the semi-final, and then you're 2 games away from Wembley.
You are. And what about Fulham? What test will they pose?
Well, they're free scoring at the minute. They've got great technical players, and I've played with a couple of them, and they've got the pace and power as well. So I think it'll be a different team for them because of obviously the AFCON players. But you know, we've got to be aware, and we've just got to implement ourselves in the game, and hopefully in front of these fans, you know, we've got the extra man, and we'll push through to the semi-finals.
Aaron.
So there you go. We'll push through to the semi-finals, says Mr. Ramsdale. I like his thought process, his sentiments. It's a different one. Play our attacking football. That's nice to hear. Play our attacking football. There's still a lot of big teams in this competition. If you looking to go and progress, I mean, like I say, Man City are still there. We know Chelsea are through to the semis. So the next game is going to be a biggie, you know. So there's still a lot to work on. There's no way that this is just going to be us as favourites tonight. So we've got about 5 minutes left, and I've just seen I've got Mr. Howe as well. Anything that you want to add while I'm just putting Mr. Howe on the screen, mate?
No, I was just going to say how well spoken Ramsdale was there. He seems quite a clever chap. He also seems a little bit short when you look at him. Whenever I see him, I just think to myself, if Shea Given, just he's that stature a keeper. He's not a big imposing keeper, is he? That you're used to seeing now in the Premier League.
No, you're right. He's not. It is an interesting one. But like I say, you know, he's 6'2", and when you see him up against some of our big boys now, Big Dan's 6'6", and Fultamada, it's like he is. You know, I mean, fully stretched the other night. His hand only just come above Burns' head. It's crazy. Let's listen to what Mr. Howe's got to say just before this match starts. Then.
Eddie, we all know how disappointed you were with Sunday. Do you think you've got to the bottom of why you played the way you did at Sunderland?
Yeah, we've analysed it and gone through it. I think now's not the time for that. Now's the time to be very positive. We're in another quarter-final, a chance to get to the semi-final. So these are rare moments in football. We have to capitalise on that and be really positive.
Because consistency is something you've worried about this season, isn't it? So how confident are you tonight that you will hit those consistent levels that you know you're capable of?
Yeah, I think that's at our very best for a match for anybody. We just haven't delivered that, as you say, consistently enough. But we're growing, we're a new team. There's a lot of new players in the side. It's quite a youthful look about us again tonight. So I think with that comes slight inconsistencies. But as long as we're going in the right direction, improving, which I think throughout the season we have done, I think we have to be positive.
You made half a dozen changes this evening as we have a look at the team. And Les, I know you want to ask Eddie about the front three, which Eddie's completely changed for tonight.
Yeah, that was, you know, looking at, I know you've been chomping it to bits to get Whisper in the side. I know he's been injured since he came here. But, you know, he gets a chance to start tonight. What's your thinking behind the change in the front three?
Yeah, I think an opportunity to rotate and see some really outstanding players. Not sure on your graphic there, but anyway.
Oh, well, yeah, well,
I'm not going to give anything away.
No,
no, thanks.
I was going to say put us right, or maybe just keep it up. Yes.
But I think they're very good players. I'm pleased to have them in the team tonight. I think we got goals on the pitch today, which obviously that's the main thing that we're looking for. And you know, really opportunity for Johan to showcase from the start today, you know, what he's capable of.
And does it get harder every season, Eddie? I'm thinking in terms of the load of the players. We're seeing a lot of injuries in the Premier League. There is a great deal of football. Does that make it ever harder for all the managers to go, okay, I think he can play this evening. No, this one needs to sit out, even if actually I'd like him to start.
Yeah, rotation's so important. I mean, I think when you're in the Champions League like we are, and still in this competition, it's relentless. The schedule has been unforgiving, and it is again for us this week because we play Chelsea now at 12:30 on Saturday. So no sooner do we finish this game, we start another game's preparation. But it's what we want. We want to be in those games, but we are now suffering. We're going through a really tough period. We've got a few injuries, and that's why, in part, rotation's key.
And the last one, this competition means everything to these people. We all saw the scenes at Wembley, and when you came back with the trophy in town, it meant everything. It continues to mean everything, the Carabao Cup, doesn't it?
Well, it does. We're the holders of the Cup, and we take that with great pride, and we want to do the competition and ourselves justice. So, chance to get to the semi-final again, which was a great experience for us last year, is the challenge today, and we want to grab it.
Eddie,
there you go. I mean, he spoke well, if I'm honest with you. He did everything and said everything that we expected him to. Just waiting for the lads to kick off. I mean, obviously, they're on the field now, ready to go. Fulham are in green, that insipid green. It's never a favourite colour of mine, green. Looks very nice on the grass, but never nice to wear. So fingers crossed, we do get something from today, because I'm really looking forward to this game. And what about yourself? Are you anything from Eddie Howe that you've just listened to that surprised you at all?
He did say that would improve this season. I'm a little bit surprised with that one, but apart from that, it was very much an Eddie Howe press conference. Just you know, very much what you'd expect him to say, and that's a little bit of an issue. That's a little bit of an issue to me. And this isn't just Eddie Howe. This is across the board now. A lot of managers, especially the English managers, they all have the set things that we know they're going to say.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway, we are literally on the verge of kicking off, guys. So bear with us. Like I say, in the chat, if you can keep it to yourself, that will be grand. Just helps us out, so we're not always, you spoil it for others. So Fulham going to kick off with Lukic, like I say, kicking left to right as we look at the field of play, and we will be. There we go, and we are off. So Fulham, like I say, left to right. They go on the long diagonal, trying to pick up the ball. It's cleared by Newcastle. But again, into the Fulham half, and it's easy for Fulham to pick that ball up and give it all the way back to the keeper for his first touch, Lecomte. And again, just bringing it out, and he goes again long to the middle of the park, again, looking for Jimenez, and it's well headed forward there, and Newcastle now pick the ball up with Tino, but again, it's easy for Tete to take the ball off him, and it's down that right-hand side with Wilson. Again, just trying to feed the ball in, and Jimenez now trying to protect the ball into that corner. And again, he gets the block off Shaw there, and it's out for a corner kick in the first minute of play there for Fulham. So, bit of a strange one. If I'm honest, the start.
Strong defending from Shaw, though. He wasn't giving it up.
No, you're absolutely right. It was very much a strong start, what I wanted to see. But we need to be a little bit better, don't we? Fingers crossed we can get onto this one. Like I say, there's a lot of competition in the middle of the park. Like I say, you can see everybody facing the players now, just waiting for this to come on. There's two in the corner. Are they going to go short? Now Newcastle players have gone out to them. They've come into the box towards the back stick. It's headed in the air. And again, it's picked up by Fulham. And again, it's just kicked to the edge of the box. Can Newcastle make something of this break? Again, a headed deflection, and Wilson just swings a boot at it, goes directly up in the air, and it's Miley who manages to head that ball clear. Now it's picked up with Ramsey on that right-hand side, running to the halfway line. Along the floor now, Harvey Barnes up on that right-hand side. It's deflected and backwards behind Miley, who again, it does look like Miley's playing in that right-back position at the minute. But Miley is definitely right back. And it's Ramsey, who looks very much like he's playing on the right side of midfield, with Willock left side of midfield. So let's see what happens from there. Ball up to Wisser. Wisser's first touch. Again, nice ball into the channels, but Ramsey unable to pick that one up. And Fulham in the corner managed just to clear it down the lines. And again, Kevin just trying to make something happen there. Half tackled, but again, the ball falls to Lukic, and it's out for a throw-in to Fulham, just on the halfway line. Again, thrown backwards, and Wissa on his honkers, trying to get back there. Ball out to Wilson on that right-hand side. Back towards Lukic, sitting deep in that midfield, and blocked off going forward, so he has to go backwards. Harvey Barnes now picking up Anderson, and Anderson decides to take the ball and just clear his lines up towards Wilson and Jimenez, but it's all the way through. And Newcastle, lucky deflection there from Bruno. Manages to keep hold of the ball, Miley. And again, nice little touch inside to Miley. Murphy then into Willock. And again, Wissa's been closed down really quickly. And Bruno managed to pick that ball up. And there's a ball out to Harvey Barnes there, which was well overhit. And it's out for a Fulham throw-in. Good intent, but poor execution. Fulham picked that ball up again, and again just keeping it nice and steady. Anderson just throwing it back to Lecomte, who gives it into Cuenca. And again, he's just trying to draw Wissa's attention here. And he drives a ball forward rather than along the floor. And a good ball out to this right-hand side now for Wilson to run in on the angle of the box. Goes towards the back stick, Wilson, looking for Kevin. And it's half cleared there. Again, headed towards the edge of the box. It's come to a green shirt. Again, just trying to get it out of the feet at the minute. And it's come all the way out to this right-hand side to Wilson again. Some good movement from Fulham. Again, well defended there, to be fair. And it's out from Lukic, I think it was in the end, for a goal kick. Well done, Ramsey. I think he tracked back really well there, to be fair. Your thoughts, Mike, in the first 5 minutes?
Yeah, I think, if I'm being honest, I think Fulham have had the better start. But I'm guessing this team needs a little bit of time just to settle in playing with each other. So maybe they just need that little bit of time and get themselves settled down.
To be a bit. Yeah, look, we seem to be losing the ball when they press against us. When we're trying to play the ball out, it seems as though they've got the makings of us there. And so we've got to be careful down this left-hand side, our right back area, because with Robinson and Kevin there, they could quite easily overload us there. Because, like I say, there's Robinson just getting behind us there. Look, and there's a little dig towards. I mean, it's more up in the air than anything else. To be fair, we should be able to deal with that. But again, it's only half cleared by Tina. Referee has seen a handball from Wilson, so it's a free kick to Newcastle on the edge of their box. And so it's an interesting one. Santa Cruz FC says.
I don't think it's fair that they're really. I don't think it's really fair that they're playing in camouflage as well, because you struggle to see.
You struggle to see them, yeah. That's
the pitch.
Yeah, give the ball away, FC, says V for Vendetta. Yeah, we've got to be better at keeping hold of that ball. That's the one thing we must be better. Shaw now playing left centre back, with Chow playing in his original right centre back. So again, maybe they see that right side being more of the problem. Ball trying to feed into Wissa there, down that channel from Murphy. Didn't really come off though. Marley trying to close the space down for Fulham. But again, Fulham and Kevin now down that left-hand side into the corner of the penalty box. Tries to get it down the line. There's two Newcastle players block him. And Chow, again, does a good job on Kevin. And it's out for a Fulham throw-in on the other side this time. Again, Smith Rowe brings the ball to him and he just dinks it behind him. And again, it's a good ball out to Kevin on that left-hand corner of the box. And again, Kevin's full of confidence. He's always going to try and take you on. And like I say, just luckily for us, goes out of play for a corner. He wasn't able to get it into the danger area. Wilson with a corner, brings it into the near post. It's flicked on, but again, the deflection has gone for a Fulham corner from Smith Rowe. He's in the mixer there again at the near post. His flick on there was just blocked. I don't know who got the block on it there, but like I say, it's back out for a Fulham corner. Mixing it up a little bit, Fulham. They've gone to the back stick. They've gone to the front stick. Let's see what happens here. Again, looking at that near post header. Ball's being cleared though. And again, put back into the mixer there. Wilson again on that left-hand side, coming over from the right-hand side to take the corner. All the way back up with Robinson, again doing a diagonal pass. Looking there for Anderson to get the header on. And come to Jimenez, who dinks the ball up in the air, but our referee has called for a foul to Newcastle, just on the edge of their own box there. It's certainly Fulham who are doing the pressing at the moment, isn't it?
I was just going to say, I think we've been second every ball so far, but we're not.
Yeah. And we're putting ourselves under
on fire.
Heaps of pressure. Yeah, Shaw now back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale back to Shaw. Again, Tino just on the outside of him. Tino now. Tino coming in and just trying to find a ball out. But again, Wilson blocks that ball. We've got an overload here. Smith Rowe trying to get on the end of it. It's gone up in the air from Chow, and that falls safely. Yeah, but again, we played in areas that we don't really need to play, aren't we? There was a ball out there if he was to take it, but he delayed it. And then the shot was half blocked, and it gives them the opportunities just to run at the defenders. Ball through the middle there, and Ramsey picks that one up really well. He plays the ball out, but that's deflected. And that was deflected off a Fulham for a Newcastle throw-in. Berg gets a little toe to that one, and luckily for them, because I think that was a good opportunity. It was I didn't see that free kick, did you? Anyway.
It was a free kick?
Miley. Yeah, it was a free kick. They took it from the centre circle into Bruno now. Bruno on the half turn, looking for options. Plays the ball back to Malik Chow. Chow on the turn, gives it back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale picks this ball up and, again, just looking for outs. Bruno comes deep into that midfield. You've got Ramsey just sitting more in the centre circle with Willock on the right-hand side. Comes out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes, his first touch into Tino. Tino's got options to turn. Back to Barnes. Barnes now down this left-hand side. Again, having to go backwards rather than forwards. Back to Shaw on the halfway line. Shaw looks at a diagonal ball across the back pitch. Great ball that is for somebody to try and get onto. Ball across the box. It's coming to... Yes! Wissa! Get in! What was the keeper doing there? That was awful. Great ball from Shaw, though, to be fair. That right to left ball from Shaw sees him wide open. And like I say, he stays well out there, Murphy. Then just literally able to pick the ball up on his run. First time across the box. The keeper comes out and gets a hand to it and literally gives it on a plate to Wissett and hopefully scoring for Newcastle. 1-0 to Newcastle. What do you think, Mike?
I don't think you'll ever get an easier goal that for Newcastle, to be honest, in regards to the fight being set up by the keeper. But what a start! What a goal by that lad! I mean,
that's going to make your confidence, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's going to set him up for his confidence right through the roof, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a great ball for Shaw, though.
Shaw's ball
Murphy open. That was superb ball. I mean, we're on the halfway line here, and the ball just goes right to left. And Murphy's just watching along the line, and he does well to hold his line, to be fair. Ball into that diagonal, and it just allows Murphy just to keep running. Doesn't have to take a touch of the ball, and he hits it first time, and maybe that's what happens. He just wrong foots the keeper to a degree. But I don't know what the keeper was doing, because you don't push it back into the middle like he did. I mean, unless he thought his own player that was behind him, Anderson, he thought was a Newcastle player. I mean, that's the only excuse I can give the lad. Because if he'd have left it, I mean, to be fair, Anderson could have just turned around and walked the ball out because there was nobody else with him. Anyway, it is 1-0 to Newcastle against Fulham. 10 minutes gone, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, the lads! That's what I want to say.
The question is, would Voldemort have been there, Gary?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? And I suppose it's like I say that. Again, it's hypothetical. Where was the starting point? You know what I mean? And all these things. You can't say no because we don't know where his starting point would have been running onto that. But like I said, there was nobody around Wissa, was there? So even if the keeper had done that, there was every chance somebody in a black and white shirt would have got on the end of that if they'd have just worked the opportunity. And I think that's all you want. All you're asking for is people to be a little bit selfish at times and just keep running. Do it for the team. Don't do it for yourself because you'll get the glories for yourself if you do that. Anyway, Jimenez eventually heads the ball and Miley's able to take it back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale now goes long. And the ball gets, again, it's really poor control there from Lukic, or it's Lukic or Berg sitting deep for Fulham. Again, Shaw sees an opportunity to get the ball up to Harvey Barnes on the halfway line. Barnes plays the ball through the middle, trying to get Witter going again there. But again, it was seen by, I think that was Robinson, who come into the centre there to pick it up. Smith Rowe now for Fulham. Again, not really being involved too much in the first 10 or so minutes. Goes back to Robinson. Inside to Berg. Again, just Newcastle in their usual formation of this 4-5-1. Ball into the box now for people in the green shirts to attack. But again, it's headed clear. And there's plenty of opportunities and time for Newcastle to reach that ball up to Wissa. And again, it's a ball trying to get Ramsey involved with this one, high up the field. But that loose ball is picked up by Quenza. And it's back with Lecomte in the Fulham goal. Again, trying to get the ball up top really quickly there, Newcastle. A good thinking from Bruno. But again, it was probably given to the wrong player, if I'm honest. Again, Fulham just trying to clear their lines. Let's see what comes from that one. I just having a look on my other screen there, and I can see there's a challenge gone in quite hard on Tino. That went to ground. Pretty harsh there on the outside of his ankle. So I'm just waiting for the feed to come back in. So I'm going to go with where I am at the moment. So Barnes now plays the ball in the diagonal, but that's too close to the keeper. And that one is safely in the hands with the Lecomte. And the ball down to Smith Rowe on that left-hand side. He's been chased by Willock there, who's been told it was a foul. Again, there's people just waiting to get the ball back in play.
You are kidding.
I'm going to say, ball goes over to that left-hand side, and it looks like there's a bit of an overload. It was a great first touch, ball into the box, and it's a headed equaliser there.
It's been
from Lukic.
From the start of the match, it's been coming.
Yeah, it was just criminal the way they just opened us up a little bit there. It was so easy, overloaded on that left-hand side, and I said, Morley's going to have his work cut out here. We've got to watch those right to left long balls. And then Lukic just running from a deep position there. He's free. Nobody running with him from midfield. And again, that's the problem with having certain individuals in midfield. I'm just going to see where he started from. Lukic, he's just made a run. And again, nobody's followed him. And then you see the three midfielders coming into the picture a little bit later. But it was a ball in. It was well controlled by Robinson. Like I say, his first touch was superb. Then he delivers a great ball on. And to be fair, Lukic has just got to get his head to it. And he puts it to the other side of the keeper and beats Ramsdale. It was a good finish, to be fair.
It was. To be honest as well, you don't really want to discuss it, but it came down that right-hand side where I think we both had concerns before the start of the match about.
Yeah, absolutely. Marley now picks the ball up, drills it in to Bruno. Bruno, again, facing his own goal, gives it to Chow. Chow comes across to Ramsdale. Ramsdale, again, just gives it out to Fabian Shaw. And it's 1-1 now on the 16th minute. Newcastle 1, Fulham 1 at St James's Park. Nice little touch ball out to Tino to Barnes. Again, hugging this touchline. Again, all the green shirts around Barnes, not really allowing him to do anything. But linesman has helped us out there and gave a foul against Fulham. Eddie Howe off his chair straight away in the pouring rain with Mad Dog asking questions.
They're asking questions of each other. They're not shouting at the players on the pitch what they want them to do.
No. Willock now. Just, again, picking the ball up on the halfway line. Plays it out to Murphy, who drops the ball back to Chow, who gives it to Shaw, who's, again, square just inside the Newcastle half. Again, Shaw really struggling for options here. Decides to Play it up to Barnes. Barnes has got an option to Bruno inside if he wants to, but he decides to go back to Ramsdale. Again, Newcastle taking their time on the slow build-up here. Chow out up onto the halfway line. Again, Bruno just in the centre circle. They square. Shot. Again, he's just asking questions. It goes back to Chow, who's got Miley on that right-hand side. Miley inside to Bruno. Bruno back heels up to Ramsey. Ramsey into Tino, who's come inside. Tino now with a little bit of grass to run into. He's got Miley outside of him now. Willock goes back to Miley. Miley into Willock. Willock takes it out of his feet now. Facing goal. Little dink pass towards Wissa. Oh, Wissa gets ahead to it, but not enough. Again, it was a half chance that for me. I must admit he did well. He got up in the air really well there, Wissa. Nice little ball that from Willock, I must admit. Nice little dink ball to the back stick. And I thought Wissa was... why? He didn't get much more on that ball, I'll never know. That's got to be a corner to Newcastle.
No,
Watch this. I mean, the ball comes across and he's got all the time in the world just to put that in. He just doesn't head. He heads it down rather than anywhere else. Come on. I don't know why it's taking so long. Ball down to Wilson. Smith Rowe now. Again, loads for Kevin to run into. It seems on that left-hand side. Right back area. Into the centre now for Wilson. And then Kevin has a shot, but it's saved by Ramsdale. Again, too close for him. He should never have been beaten from that one, to be fair.
They've got the beating of us down this right-hand side at the minute.
They have, absolutely. That was my concern all the way through this. It'll be the right-hand side. That'll be their strongest and our weakest. Ramsdale just outside his box now. Sweeper keeper. Gives it to Chow along the floor. Again, just trying to get some movement forward from the lads. Bruno gets clattered there by Lukic. He got his bit between his teeth since he scored that goal. Bruno sees the opportunity to try and get Tino on the march there. But again, I think Tino wasn't expecting that one. The ball is out of play for a Fulham throw-in.
You don't mind them trying things like that, though, do you? You don't mind to see
No,
them?
not at all. Not at all. And that's what I said. I mean, sometimes I'd prefer them to do that, and because it keeps them on the heels.
Yeah.
Tete here with a throw into Fulham, deep in his own half. He's got Anderson if he wants to throw the ball backwards, but he's looking to go down the line. Jimenez to try and get his flick on. Again, Smith Rowe just doesn't really go and compete for that one. Willock now gives the ball out to Murphy. Murphy drops the ball back to Miley. Miley now with the opportunity to try and do something. Plays the ball up the lines to Ramsey. Ramsey loses the ball but does well to win the ball back up to Harvey Barnes. Ramsey goes on the outside. Barnes comes inside. Back into Bruno's feet. Bruno looks up again. Diagonal ball out to Murphy on the opposite touchline. The right-hand side. Murphy gets it under control. Along the floor there, into the box to Willock. Again, out to Murphy, who whips the ball in. Keeper punches. It's come to Miley. Miley brings it back to Bruno, who again, Smith Rowe is out to Bruno really quickly, and he goes and makes the decision to play it safe and give it Miley. Miley back to Bruno. Bruno gives it back to Miley, who's made a delicate run. Inside now to Tino. And unfortunately, Tino wasn't able to control the ball, and it's back to Fulham now, down that left-hand side. With Smith Rowe. Smith Rowe drops back. And again, now green shirts in front of him, so he's had to go back. And that's all the way back to the keeper. And again, looking at Wissa, he's kicking it first time. Bruno now manages to control that in the centre circle, just inside the Fulham half. Plays it through the middle. And again, Willock does really well there to win that ball because he was challenged. Ball got option to go out to Murphy again on that right-hand side. Murphy now picks the ball up, drops it back to Miley. Miley now drops it back to Chow. All of them camped into the Fulham half, into Shaw now. Again, all the green bodies and the black and white shirts, apart from Ramsdale, camped in the Fulham half. It's better. Cho out to Murphy. Murphy's got an opportunity to get over his feet and get it into the box. He whips one in towards Wissa along the floor. It's back out to Miley. Miley applying the pressure and to giving it to Bruno. Bruno again into Miley's feet on the edge of the box. Miley gives it to Murphy. Good build-up play this. It's clipped to the back stick. Barnes gets up and unfortunately couldn't get any power on that header to put it back into the danger zone.
Oh, that's a yellow card.
Shaw has just given a silly card away there. Don't put yourself under pressure, lad. Like that, there is no need. So Shaw with the first yellow card of the game. Under no real pressure, to be fair.
It was soft. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah. I mean, Jimenez will wait as well for that one. Jimenez on the half turn, and Shaw just get hold of his shirt and drags him back. I mean, it's ridiculous, really. It's been an awful day down here, and it looks an awful day up in the northeast. We went to carol singing today. It was freezing cold. That's why I've still got my long sleeve on. I was bitter and soaking wet. Anyway, all well done, Ramsey. He's won that ball back there from a pass out. Harvey Barnes plays it out. Bruno just gets his sandwich out. Couldn't keep it down.
To be fair, I can't lie. I was just about to say before this happened, I was going to say I hope one player at least takes a little bit of a punt from outside the area.
And it was a punt.
it was a punt, but
yeah.
You know, you sometimes don't mind saying that from players, just taking that little bit of a chance. If you don't enter the lottery, you can't win the draw.
That's so true. And in these conditions, you know, if you can get it along the floor, it certainly picks up a little bit more pace and there's a chance to beat the keeper quite easy. Fulham now just trying to build up there, up to the top with Jimenez. And again, won quite easily from Chow. He gives it into Murphy. Murphy now into the box. Oh, it beats everybody. Can Tino keep it in play? No, he can't. Again, that ball just zipping off the surface. And it's out of play. Done really well from the start for me, Murphy. He's made himself available at every opportunity. And every opportunity he's got, he's just tried to keep, getting the ball into the danger zones. Not seeing much of this from other players, have we? And that's what I said. It's so disappointing from Murphy because you never really know what player you're going to get, do you, Bowker?
No, they definitely not. It's a 50-50 with a lad, isn't it? Do you think a fully fit Wissaro gets to that ball as well?
Oh, potentially.
A fully fit player chucks himself at it. He kind of wasn't half-hearted, but it was sort of, there wasn't a great deal of movement.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot going there, was that? Ball in round the back for Smith Rowe to try and get onto, but that's too close to Ramsdale, and that's easy. Thrown out then to Willock. Lads, to be fair, in the midfield, haven't done too badly either. They've made some, again, totally unselfish runs for themselves and tried to open space up to and get close to Wissa, which is something, again, Voltamada's just not really had much of. Chow now having a bit of a gallop down that right-hand side, gives it to Miley. Miley playing it into Willock, who gives the ball the outside of his boot again to Shaw. Again, Willock and Ramsey playing more of a high line. And again, Miley coming in from that right-hand side to overload the middle of the park. A bit of a dodgy ball that from Ramsey to Willock, though, to be fair. But he does well to win the ball back. But again, the referee saying that was a little bit too heavy a tackle from Ramsey. Bit of bite there, to be fair. And the referee wants a word. But I don't think there was too much in that, to be fair. Because he won the ball, but it was just his follow-through, wasn't it?
Follow-through, yeah.
Yeah. Anderson plays the ball again on that diagonal, looking for Kevin. Headed back now by Miley. And unfortunately, couldn't direct it towards Ramsdale, and it's out for the corner to Fulham.
Ramsdale had to be careful there because he had kept that in. Potentially,
he was
a dead player.
Yeah. I think he's done the safest option, to be fair, and just let it go. Now, you saw how wet it was. I mean, he couldn't keep his bloody studs, could he?
No. I think that's one thing we do have to tell people who are listening on the radio. If anybody's listening on the radio or anything, it is absolutely chucking it down.
It is. It's bucket in down there. Ball again into that near post, and Newcastle are able to clear it from the corner. and it's just cleared all up the line, and the keeper is going to come and pick that up and play it out straight away. And again, just Kevin, who's sitting deep from their corners, their set pieces, picks that one up, and now the Cuenca can just play it out. And again, just happy to play in the deeper areas, Fulham, at this present moment in time, and keep the ball again into Anderson's feet. Just trying to get Smith Rowe going now. Smith Rowe coming deep to collect that ball. Out now to Tete at the right back situation, just inside the Newcastle half. Berg picks the ball up and again into Cuenca's fate. And again, Smith Rowe just playing in that 10 zone. Again, Newcastle just trying to stop any forward passing from Fulham. Tete, again, just going backwards. Anderson. Cuenca. Lukic. Down the line to Robinson. Again, Smith Rowe picks that ball up, gives it to Kevin, but Kevin can't feed the ball back to Robinson, and Newcastle pick that ball up. And again, it's Malik Chow goes to the outside. Again, Marley plays the ball up towards Wissa, but again, it's beaten to that ball there from Berg. Lukic just playing in the hole, picks that ball up. Cuenca gives it to Anderson. Back to Cuenca for Fulham. Jimenez. Kevin with an opportunity, but again, 22 yards out, puts the ball over the bar for Fulham. And again, Lukic, you're saying you could have given it me, mate. I'm on a roll.
But Gary,
I've headed that.
What we doing here? Again, we've gone back to these banks of 4 and 5.
Yeah, when we haven't got the ball.
When we haven't got the ball, we're just too defensive.
Yeah, it's certainly something that I must work on. Tino up the line now to Ramsey. Ramsey on the half turn, trying to get away from his marker. Too close there from Lukic, though, so it's a free kick to Newcastle.
But the ref is
just having a...
Oh, he's in the
yeah. Constant infringements for Lukic there. So Lukic with a yellow card. Got to be careful there, because as the referee walked away, Lukic clapped him. That would have been a silly sending off, wouldn't it?
He's still going at him.
Yeah, he's still not happy, Lukic. Neither is Silva. He's having a right word with the fourth official. I'm not sure what the fourth official can say. Ramsdale now. Again, no press from Fulham. Fulham happy again for Ramsdale to do it. Then it's the half press once it comes to Shaw. Shaw into Bruno. Bruno gets the turn. Bruno again just drops it back to Shaw. Shaw sees an opportunity to try and feed in Harvey Barnes, but again it's well picked up by Anderson, but it comes back to Bruno. Bruno goes square to Miley. Centre circle now for Miley. Plays the ball on the inside right to Willock. Back to Miley. Miley sees Willock again, gives it in short. Willock now again on the turn, plays it into Murphy, who's dropped deep now on that right-hand side. Murphy goes square to Bruno. Bruno sees the opportunity to the halfway line to Chow. Chow to Shaw. Shaw now brings the ball forward. Nice little bit of build-up this from Newcastle. Plays it out to Tino. Tino's got the opportunity to drop it back now to Bruno. Bruno looks up, gives it into Marley, who's from that right-hand side, playing more on the overload. And again, going down a blind alley. Luckily, it's come back to Bruno, though. Shaw, playing left-back. Plays it across to Miley, who gets it's a great tackle, to be fair, from Fulham. Kevin now brings the ball away, and he's tried to be sneaky there and get Harry Wilson away, but Miley saw the opportunity, Bruno saw the opportunity just to put a block on that one. Ramsey up to Barnes. Barnes plays it inside to Tino. Tino now got Ramsey on the outside, gives it to Ramsey. Ramsey into Barnes. Barnes got an opportunity to get a little bit of a chance of a shot at goal here. Again, runs to the corner of the box. Dinks the ball to the back stick. Oh, just a little bit too much on that one. And the ball's out of play for a goal kick to Fulham. Some nice build-up play, mate. I'm seeing some nice passing triangles here. Nice, like I say, they're not rushing it. You know, they're waiting for players to get in. I can see the runs. But again, the execution just wasn't quite there then.
No. Mind you, we're lucky with this ball here that he didn't didn't play it right, because if he did, he had played it what's he called?
Which one? Ramsey?
Miley?
Miley?
The Fulham player. If he played the Fulham player through.
Yeah, Harry Wilson. If he played a better ball, yeah,
he would have been through on goal.
But that's the thing. You see, you have to gamble at times by putting players forward, and that's why I said when you're playing the ball, the percentage balls have to go out the window. Tino now with an opportunity to run down this line. And again, it was a good challenge there from Berg. I must admit, I've got to give Jimenez a shout there, because that tackle on Miley on the 25-yard mark, again, Miley had the opportunity to try and get a shot off at goal there, so it needed to get a tackle in, and he did extremely well, and that was when they had that opportunity to break, but Bruno saw the danger. Or Ramsey, bad control there, bad first touch, and the ball's back out of play for the Fulham throw-in.
With this weather, Gary, this game could be decided on a mistake. Quite easily. For me, I had I shouldn't say this, but I did have a dream last night. It was decided on penalties, and I'm not going to tell you who won. Do we get overtime penalties?
Willock. Chris! Anyway. Chow now with the ball. Again, drives the ball along the floor. Well done. Great spot that is. Plays the ball to Ramsey, and Ramsey now sees Murphy. Murphy's got the opportunity to try and take on Robinson, but Robinson stands his ground. Again, deflected, and Ramsey gets a shot on that ball. By his head, deflected there out for a Newcastle throw-in, deep in the Fulham half. I've been impressed with Ramsey. I must admit, he's made a couple of errors, but overall, I've been really impressed with him from what I've seen.
Considering his lack of football, he's been quite impressive, as you say.
Molly now with a throw. Plays the ball along to Bruno, and again, just plays it safe and gives it to Chow. Tino on the square now, inside right position, high up the field, pegging Fulham back. Plays the ball to the back stick, looking for Chow. But again, this is what I like about Chow as well, because Chow likes to play on that blind shoulder of the defender. And he does really well to get us. My little pussycat has just joined me, and he'll tread all over me keyboard, so I'm going to move him on.
He's got a footballing brain, Chow, by the look of it, from what we've seen so far. He reads the game really well.
Yeah, for what you pay these days for a decent player in any position, you could have tripled that. And like I say, why other teams never looked at this lad in defence, I'll never know. No. Fulham now with Anderson. Plays the ball back to Berg, who goes all the way back to Lecomte in goal for Fulham. Again, half press from Wissa, trying to close down the channels. And again, Cuenca gives it back to Lecomte. Just has to go long because of the press from Newcastle. That should be Chow's header. He does win that one. Come on, we've got to win these second balls, boys. Up towards Harvey Barnes, who tries to get it over the top of Anderson, but Anderson just clears. Tino then plays the ball inside, and Willock picks the ball up, gives the ball to Bruno, who gives it to Shaw, who goes square to Chow. Chow sees the opportunity to get in Murphy on that right-hand side. Murphy has a little bit of a run through the centre, but that's going to be offside, surely. Looked miles offside, that to me, but Fulham have got the ball back, so play on. A bit of a dodgy ball back to the keeper, though. And again, up towards Kevin on that left-hand side for Fulham. Plays the ball back towards Smith Rowe, and referee saying, get on with it, because, as always, Smith Rowe likes to go to floor. Shaw now with a bit of an opportunity to go, that was a nice little look there from Wissa around the corner, seeing the run of Willock, but we've got a bit of an overload. And well done, Ramsey, again. What? His recovery there was spot on. Ramsey again with the ball. There was an overload for Fulham there for a split second, but Ramsey managed to get his toe on it. Plays the ball now out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes comes inside, plays it to Bruno. Bruno again gives himself half a yard, gets a shot off, Again, the keeper doesn't do very well with that one. Wisser! Oh, he just couldn't fall for him. It's back out with Ramsey on the edge of the box. Plays it into T now. Get out your feet and shoot. Oh, deflection. That's got to be a corner.
Gary, we need to get messaged on this pitch, under the pitch, just to shoot at every opportunity, because that keeper's got mistakes in him.
Yeah, this keeper's shocking. I mean, Bruno there gets a shot in, and there's a bit of swerve on that ball. I don't know whether it was off. Yeah. I don't know whether it was a slight deflection or it was swerve. Ball comes to T now. It looked to me as though there was a deflection off the defender there, but obviously I think the keeper has got away with one there, to be fair. Oh, it was nowhere near. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the referee because he was spot on. Ball again up the line to Murphy, who plays the ball into Shaw. Shaw now, just waiting to that opportunity, gives it into Willock. I thought, I'll be honest with you, the movement from our three in the midfield could be better with some of the passes, but I've been well impressed with what I've seen so far. Again, trying to get that ball into the Wisser, the front man, as early as they possibly can there. Murphy just trying to feed Wisser in again there, but unable to deliver that perfect ball down the line for Smith Rowe to try and run to, but Chow just sees the danger and gives it back to Ramsdale. Again, Newcastle not hanging around. In the 38th minute, Newcastle won, Fulham won, with Shaw now. Again, no press from Fulham. Down the line to Tino. Gives it back to Shaw, who again all the way back to Ramsdale. Anybody standing out for you, Boki?
I think Ramsey for me. I think Ramsey's had he's made, as you see, he's made a couple of mistakes, but he's been at the centre of everything. Whenever you're watching the play, he always seems to be in the frame, which I always think is a good thing. He seems to be in and around the ball and making some good decisions.
Shaw now, again, ball over the top, looking for runners. And if he's beaten the offside here, Wisser's done really well. He's deep in this left-hand side, though. Wisser now, again, onto his right foot, plays it into Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes into Bruno. Bruno trying to make a square pass, gives it into Miley. Miley out to Murphy. Murphy now out, just having a look to see whether he can deliver a ball in. Again, on his weaker foot, the left foot. I'm not sure what he wants to do. He's running left to right, right to left, gives it out to Barnes. Barnes now tries to get his shoulder down and he puts a delicate ball into the box. Headed back in by Morley. It's whipped back in by Willock and it's eventually cleared by Fulham for a Newcastle throw-in. Again, looks a little bit wrong at times because, like I say, a bit of indecisive what they want to do with it, but they got away with it in the end. Miley now back to Chow. Chow picks the ball up again. Now press from green shirted Fulham back to Shaw. It sounds like a good meal at the Chinese. Shaw. I should say number 67.
Yeah, all the words that used to flash up on Batman.
Yeah. Pow, pow.
Chow.
Chow. Up to Barnes. Barnes now on the halfway line. Brings it back to Shaw. Shaw now again. No press from the likes of Smith Rowe. He goes long on his diagonal passes. 40, 50 yards. And again, Murphy just able to get his head to it, but he can't get... Oh, mind saying that? That's gone all the way down the line. Oh, my days. I don't think he meant that by any shadows of a doubt, because the ball, he's headed it, and it's gone all the way down the line, cannoned off the corner flag and got out for a throw-in for Fulham. Love it.
I don't know if we've pointed it out tonight, Gary, yet, but I think one thing to remember as well, we've got no VAR. So any decisions on the pitch are final decisions.
Yeah, that is exactly right, mate. Robinson deep in his own corner there with a throw out. The ball's fallen to Willock, who again drives into that corner flag and he gets a ball in, but again, there's no black and white shirts there to get on the end of it. And again, it's a poor delivery from Fulham, and Tino now drives the ball back towards the Fulham penalty area. Tino comes inside to Bruno. Bruno back out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes now picks the ball up, and again, he goes to drop his left shoulder, comes back onto his right foot, back with Bruno. Bruno plays it into Shaw. Shaw now out to Chow. Chow now looks up, get options to go and have a go at them if you want. Plays a lovely ball in behind. Miley and to the front post. Oh! And again, it's some lovely work from the lads on that right-hand side. Murphy goes and has a diagonal run. Chow sees it, plays the ball into the channel. Murphy, first time, there's Wisser running at that ball, Willock running at that ball, and it falls between the two of them. And I think it was Berg in the end who manages to get something on that and whip it out. Or it was Cuenca, apologies. Cuenca manages to get his foot onto it, making it a corner to Newcastle. Marley now with his corner. Outswinger. Let's see what they can do on this one. Shaw's trying to direct the play. Come out to Tino. Tino now, again, just waits for Marley to get back onside. Tino goes on the outside. Marley comes inside on the corner. Little dink towards the penalty spot. It's headed cleared. It's come back out to Murphy. Murphy with the ball over the top. And again, Fulham all over the place at the moment, really getting pressed back. And Tete can do nothing else but clear his header out for a Newcastle throw-in deep in the half. And Shaw's happy to take this. He's saying, no, I may only have 10 fingers, but I can throw a ball. I haven't got 9 fingers.
9.5.
Yeah, don't say that to Christina. She'll be all over the shop. Tino Livramento now with the throw into Newcastle. Again, plays the ball into Barnes. Sorry, with Bruno. It plays early into the box. And I've loved that today. Every opportunity we have had to get that ball into the box, we've delivered it. And again, that's what you need. You need service. Bruno, again, looks up, gets that ball whipped in. But again, too close this time to Lecomte. And it's easy for them to do it. It's been an interesting 42 minutes. And apart from that one poor spell where the midfielders just didn't go with the runners, that was a terrible ball again from Kevin in towards his defenders. And it's picked up by Bruno there, given to Harvey Barnes. Barnes drives to the byline, dinks the ball to the back stick, whistles up. It's on to Murphy. Murphy has a shot, deflected over for a corner to Fulham. But I don't know what's happened. Somebody's got something in a naughty place there by the looks of it. Well done, Harvey Barnes. Again, drives to that byline, gets a good ball in, and Whittaker goes over the shoulder and falls awkwardly, to be fair. His attempted header doesn't quite get up there. And I think it was Robinson who just rolls his back and that just puts Whittaker off his angles and it just literally gets him off balance. And he comes down heavily on his shoulder. So fingers crossed he's all right. He's back on his feet. Harvey Barnes has done well for me this first half as well. I think he's, again, he's with one thing in mind, and that's to get the ball forward. Again, Marley into the danger area. It's come all the way through, though, and it's bounced over everybody. Bruno can keep it in play. He's confronted by Jimenez, who, again, has won that ball from Bruno. And him and Smith Rowe are onto the halfway line now. There's a couple of green shirts in front of them. The black and white shirts all trying to get back in line there. But again, Wissa, what a recovery that is, Sunshine. And unfortunately, he's in two minds and gives the ball back to Fulham. Great recovery run to win the ball back. He's got Willock in front of him, and I'm sure he thinks that Willock's passed him the ball. He hasn't. He's seen Harvey Barnes, and he's just going to deliver it to Harvey Barnes, and Wissa takes it off him, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, mate."
Really good. Don't know if you noticed Bruno in that getting back, but he seemed to be a little bit off the pace there. I don't know if.
Who, Bruno?
Yeah, but he looked like he was running a little bit slower than he normally would, trying to get back after losing the ball.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, we know he's the lad who don't miss a game, and that's what I said.
Yeah,
I think it's great to see, just one of those that are always competing in midfield on the field today, because you can see the difference in that energy. Even though you've obviously lost that little bit of quality, but like I said, I can't really say that what I've seen so far this first half, we're just on the 45th minute now, so we're in injury time, that it's been a poor show. Like I say, apart from that one really bit of sloppy defending, I think we've done really well.
No, I wasn't calling him. I'm just thinking maybe it's for the second half. He's one that you need to think about his legs and how much. Did you see how many games he has played? Yeah,
I've just seen something come up in one of our chats there saying that they'd bring Murphy off and put Gordon on. I think Murphy's had a decent first half, if I'm honest with you. I don't think there's been a lot.
He is Murphy, isn't he? He's never going to set the world on fire, but he is consistent, and if he gets a chance, he will put a ball into the box for you, and normally of good quality.
Yeah. Again, we can't. There can't be too much longer. Ball just headed clear there. Anderson. There's a half a chance here for Harvey Barnes to try and get on the end of something, but Tete just manages to get hold of that one. Harvey Barnes is questioning the decision whether it was a pass back, but Anderson said no, it was deflected off you, son. keeper can pick that one up. So the comp now. And that should be the final kick of the first half, I would have thought. Yeah, I've been happier. Let me just say that. Mate, I'm going to let you do, because I've got to take my jacket off now because I am sweating my what's-its off. I've gone full circle. I'm just going to nip out for a split second, matey, if you can do some chats and then we'll discuss the first half with you. I'll be back in a second.
Of course I will. So guys, if you've got anything to say and you just want to pop it in the chat, please do, and I'll try to get through as many as I can while Gary's away. I did highlight a few at the start, so I'll just see if I can get those up. Yes, right. Writing how Toon, I'll pop it on the screen. Toon was saying writing how out a million times in the chat isn't going to get him out of the club. Get behind the team, man. I agree, mate. When you're going into a match, you have to get you have to be behind the manager and back him while we're playing. Yeah, we can have discussions after a match, but always during the game, back your team and back your manager basically while you're playing. As I say, there's discussions certainly can be hard, but that's after the game. So if he debuts a youngster in quarter-final and we had a mayor, we've done that one, didn't we? But to me, if he did have a mayor, then that happens. But you sort of you have to take that chance sometimes as a manager. Sometimes taking a chance like that is how you sort of save your season, how you save in the end your job. I suppose that's a chance that you're always going to take. So Quinny there, I tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. When I say I give it like hoof. Lol. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we are a little bit tippy-tappy when you're watching the football. I think sometimes we could just go a little bit direct, and especially when we've got Wissa up there now. Wissa's potentially a sort of little goal machine, so you have to give him them chances. And one from Ali there, just team is being positive, it's improving. Signs, man, Jesus. Yeah, it's not been a bad half. The one thing I would say we've done again, though, we took a lead and then we lost it. We went back again and we haven't been able to keep hold of it. And as I say, the only other slight issue that I have is in playing the back lines of the five on the very in the box. Sorry, four in the box, then five on the very edge of the box. There's no out ball there. Sometimes you're looking and you're thinking that even if we win this ball, we're not going to get it out of their half. Gavin there saying fortune favours the brave, 100% mate. And does he now? Wissa didn't look like he was tiring towards the end of the half. Does he take a chance and bring on a Bear Voldemort and play the two of them up front and use this game to give that a chance? I think that's a big question of him in this game. Is this the game where we're going to actually see that happen, or will he do the Eddie Howe tactic of staying until 60, 65 minutes and then substituting player for player, or substituting players and putting them in the wrong position and it getting confusing? You can never tell with Eddie. Lucky sides there. It's an interesting football match. Both sides defence. Yeah. As I say, the one thing I would say from our point of view, and if I was Eddie Howe at half time, I would be saying every time you get the ball, have a shot at that keeper, because that keeper certainly hasn't shown to be, great in the first half. He flapped at a lot of things. So if you get a chance, have a shot at him and see what he does, and also tell the forward, especially Wissa or whoever's up front, if another player's having a shot, run towards him, because things just seem to bounce off him. They don't seem to go anywhere. And then just one more there. Yeah. Murphy looks a billion times better than Elanga. He's been brilliant tonight. Yeah, not a great Murphy has looked. I mean, I think what all said the Sunderland match that Elanga didn't have the best of games. In fact, he was awful. And Murphy never lets you down. Is the big thing. Murphy, he's a constant player. He's not always the best, and sometimes he'll not do the best thing that he can in a situation. But he's never going to completely let you down like Elanga did at the weekend and just be out the game completely. They're very different players, and we went out and spent £55 million on a replacement for Murphy. And do you think we've got somebody who's better than him? I'm not sure at this point, and in fact, I would say probably not.
Yeah, again, you've got to look at it from what it is. Their goal came from that danger area, if you like, our right back scenario. And again, I have to question who was at fault there. Was it Miley or was it Murphy? Because it come into Robinson, whose first touch was superb, by the way, and plays the ball into the box from that first touch. But again, he was allowed too much space. Murphy didn't track him. So, are we expecting Miley to come out to that? Because from the replay that I've just seen there, didn't look as though Miley was out of position. But again, you're only as good as the players that support you. It's just that sometimes that lack of understanding, isn't it? And to me, that's where we are at the moment. You know what I mean? We seem to be doing half decent at times, going in the other direction. But like I say, we still look a little bit weak at times as well. Becca DJ's win still unwell. He's at the game tonight, Sweetie. He doesn't miss any of the home games.
No, we've just been put it up on the screen. He's had to go home. He's full of cold again, seemingly.
Oh, is he? He's gone home.
Yeah.
Oh, bless him. I hope he's feeling better.
Yeah. Get well soon, then.
I mean, Cuffy saying that, I'd say it was probably Bruno or Willock just jogging back. I mean, to be fair, you're right. I mean, the other part to that goal was the fact that, Bruno, as you said, looked heavy-legged. But Bruno that's just him. Bruno's got two speeds, slow and stop. It's hard to say, but like I said, you can't have both ways. So if you're expecting the lads to go and push on, your Willocks and your Ramseys, then again you've got no recovery from the likes of Bruno because he just hasn't got that. I've loved the effort from some of the lads, though. These are the lads that we're constantly knocking. And we do it just because we don't always see them and they don't always give you that 100%. But I don't think there's lots of players out there that haven't tried their best today. Go on, mate. Sorry.
I was just going to say I've enjoyed this match a lot more than I did Sunday. In regards to the you would say were so-called better players on the pitch on Sunday.
Yeah.
But I think these lads have showed a lot more sort of they've been willing to change things up. It hasn't been stagnant. It's been quite refreshing to see. And yeah, they haven't all played together and they haven't played for a while, some of them. So there's been little mistakes, but you can see the ideas there.
Yeah, I mean, successfully broke here says it's been better, but it's still low bar. But again, you've got to ask. There's a lot of new players, a lot of new relationships being built here. But again, it's not been an unhappy situation, to be fair, because the lads have at least had a go. And I think, we've seen that old banner before. We just want a team that tries. You know what I mean? And they have tried. But you're right. Going in defence, they do look a little bit all over the shop. But and that is what drives you insane when you look at the players that we've let go, players that have gone injured, and we just don't give opportunities to the young'uns. You are now down to the bare bones. And would we have seen anything different, say, if we'd have put Shahar in there? And again, who's to blame? Was it Murphy not tracking back, or was it Morley actually not going out to his man quick enough? So But again, not too similar to our goal, was it? It's a ball over the top into the corners. It's all about that first touch for me, for Robinson, and that first touch was outstanding. He gets it under control, which allows him to get the ball into the box. So it is what it is, mate. To be fair,
I do think Fulham missed a trick because they did start trying to attack down our right hand side, and then they seemed to have changed that tactic slightly, and they went more to the left. And
well, Harry Wilson's been their little poker in the fire recently. You see,
yeah, but I think they were getting a lot more chances down the left hand, our right hand side, their left hand side. So let's hope that that gets picked up on in the second half. But then we're better positioned on that side. I think you've got to be honest as well. Murphy and Miley will never played a professional game like this, where Miley's at right back and Murphy's the right hand side midfielder. So you've got to give them a little bit of time to sort of gel a little bit. I think the start of the match they struggled to find the feet, but as the game went on, they did seem to get a little bit more into tune. And to be honest, I think most of our best attacking options came down the left hand side, down our right.
Yeah, the one thing that I've liked more than anything else in this first half is the fact that Newcastle have been willing to get the ball into the box. And really, it's all about supply and demand, isn't it? You're not going to get mistakes by their defence, keeper or whatever, unless you're throwing the ball into the right areas. And that's what I said. Even though, Murphy hasn't really put a ball into anybody in per se, he's just put it into the box. He's put it into the danger area, and then you pick up from the mistakes. And we haven't done enough of that in my eyes this season. We haven't put those balls into the right mixer, and we do have to be a little bit better at that. But I've enjoyed what Wissa's given us. Again, it's that a bit more mobility, if you like. He's not really just sat back. He has pushed on. He's been recovering really well. Like I say, he was that tackle where he had that mix up with Willock. And he took the ball off Willock, thinking he was going to give it back to him. And again, this will get better as the lads play with each other. And again, you can, you don't matter how many times you say it, you can play as many times as you want in training. It's never the same when you're playing in a proper match, because mentally is different. Your mentality's under stress as well as your physical stress. So the concentration levels have to be really high. So it does take it out of you.
I tell you what will be interesting, Gary, is the Chelsea match, to see who comes back in. Because, does Gordon get straight back into this team? Not in my view. Should Elanga get straight back in?
Well, I had a really bad feeling that Gordon was going to start through the middle, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, that was a little bit.
I really did. I was like, oh no, don't play Gordon through the middle tonight. Because I think, that was a push too far.
Especially if we go on to win this game, it'll be interesting to see what he does at the weekend.
Yeah, and to be fair, because it goes to penalties, you've got to think of your penalty takers in your mindset as well. So, as he already spoken to the lads and said, if this goes to penalties, I'm going to have to change things around a little bit. So, I wouldn't be too quick on making changes, because you have to have that in your mindset tonight as well.
Do you think you could guess what? I suppose there'll be substitutions, so it's hard at this point. But
I
think of a few players that I wouldn't want taking penalties that are on the pitch at the minute.
Yeah. Again, we know sometimes, as we saw with Longstaff, and sometimes you don't expect it, but it just happens. And you've got to keep your head. Lads are just coming. I'm just having a bit of a delay on that one. So just send a message to Chris, because I think that one is frozen. I'm just going to have a quick look to see if we've got any. We have. So just having a quick look at some possession. 58.8% to Newcastle. Looks like they've made one change. Lukic has gone off. And Reed is coming on for them. So we've had the 4 shots for them, 7 for us, two both teams on target. No real big chances. They've had 4 corners to our 2. But we've virtually, a lot more accurate passing, and our accurate percentage passing accuracy has been 86%. So yeah, I mean, some of the metrics have been half decent. So like I say, we just need to continue that. We're just waiting for us to get started again on the screen. You guys are probably going to be in front of us, so again, try and keep it out of the chat if you can. It just helps us out as a channel. I know, like I say, there is one change that I've seen, so I'll do that one. So Lukic is out, so it's a shame. The goalkeeper, the goal scorer for them is out of the team, and Reed has come on. Like I say, I had him down in my starting lineup originally. To be fair, yeah, from what I picked, I certainly didn't have Marley at right back. Right then, again, we got pictures from St James's Park, but for whatever reason, the lads are still not on there. They're just, all the subs are warming up at this present moment in time. But now the game has kicked off because it's on my TV. So again, apologies for the delay. Yeah, I mean, I can't see any Newcastle changes happening soon. Even though I do think they will happen. Linesmen are just running out of the tunnel now. Like I say, we're probably going to be a couple of minutes behind our team. Yeah, the team's just coming out now. So again, apologies if we are a little bit behind you guys. But because Chris links all the times and everything up with what's on the screen there, we're going to go with what Chris has got here. So again, try and keep it out the chat if you do see us. And then we'll do something about it.
What time you on with your normal channel?
Well, again, I always have for my TV at the minute. I'm on 47 minutes. So, like I say, there you go. Thanks, Chris. He's dealt that one a blow. Just Reed with his first introduction to the game. He's gone straight through Bruno. It was Ramsey.
Ramsey.
I beg your pardon. Yeah, Ramsey, who's come out on the other end of that tackle, and referee's just having a word with Reed there. I think he's lucky boy that he's his first real involvement in the game there, because like I say, it was a bit of a clattering. Tino down the line now to Barnes. Barnes picks the ball up and again just dinks it into Ramsey, and again back into Barnes' feet. Again, Newcastle trying to start the second half in the same vein as they ended it. Back with Chow on the halfway line to Shaw. Shaw just taking the ball back to Ramsey, and again, Newcastle looking just to build up from the back. Ramsey now just taking his time. Sees an opportunity to get that ball early forward, and Barnes is trying to run in behind Tete here. Tete heads the ball out, come to Ramsey on the corner of the box on that left-hand side. Ramsey drops the ball back to Bruno. Bruno now. Again, just the opportunity to go and run at them. He plays the ball inside to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes tries to feed it into Tino, but Tino just couldn't sort his feet out. And the ball is played up to Fulham's Jimenez, who's fouled by Chow. That's the problem with Tino. When he gets into those zones, it's a couple of times now where Tino just hasn't really been able to get the ball under control. He's had that one shot that was way off target. But, I mean, that's unfortunately what you get with Tino. He's not that type of player, same as Hall. Robinson down the line looking for Kevin, but Miley sees the opportunity to get body in front of the ball. Plays it up the line now, but that's given back to Robinson. And Kevin plays the ball all the way back to Reed now. Into Berg. Berg plays it to Anderson. Anderson out to Tete on that right-hand side. Tete now faced up by Tino. Again, Fulham just happy to try and play in zones. Reed now on that diagonal run on the edge of the box, gives it back to Wilson and Anderson. Again, just a option to get it into the box, but well done. Malik Chow lets that go. Jimenez, I thought, you know what, there was when he let that go, when the way the ball is swerving with the wind and everything else, I'm looking at Billy Ramsdale and I'm like, with our look at the minute, it's going to fall in the corner of the net, this. but it was a lot wider than we first thought.
It did, but Ramsdale wasn't sure, was he?
Well, no, I don't think he was expecting Chow to leave that, if I'm honest with you. Willock now plays the ball back down to Chow. Chow gives it to Ramsdale. Ramsdale again gives it to Shaw. Again, who's got a bit of space to walk into. Shaw. Smith Rowe with a half press gives it to Tino on that left-hand side. Inside to Ramsey. Again, all the way back to Shaw, who's got the option to give it to Chow, and he does that. Again, moving the ball nicely inside now, up to Wissa. Again, Wissa's got lots of green shirts around him, but the ball does find its way back to Chow. Gives it back to Shaw now. And into Tina. Barnes on that left-hand side, just inside the Fulham half. Barnes again trying to work with Tete. Tete gets a toe on it, and it's out for a Newcastle throw-in.
At least Barnes is trying to beat his man down that left-hand side. That's a good thing to see.
Well, like I said, Barnes isn't he isn't the fastest in the world, and he hasn't got the best skill set in the world, so he does need that body around him. Chow under press from Jimenez, and again Robinson trying to pick the pocket of Willock there, but again he gets a toe on it, but it can only push it out for a Newcastle throw-in. Oh dear, Murphy's gone down. I don't know what Murphy went down for there. Didn't Murphy? Oh, he was pushed. There you go. That's why. By Quinca. Just pushes him to the ground. Ball up the line towards Murphy. Again, Robinson's a bit too strong for him there. Wins that ball back, gives it back to Lecomte. And Lecomte under pressure from Wissa. Goes long. Tino heads the ball up to Ramsey. Just inside the Fulham half. Ramsey has to go back though. Plays it square to Bruno. Bruno back to Chow. And again, Chow got Morley in front of him. Morley into Murphy. But again, Murphy's final ball wasn't brilliant. But again, Fulham's final ball isn't brilliant either. And give it straight back to Chow. Back into Morley on the halfway line. Morley now just able to turn with this ball. Out to Murphy. Murphy again looking down the line. Comes back inside. Chow. Bruno. Tina. Out to Harvey Barnes, who's come deep on that left-hand side, just on the halfway line. Plays it back to Shaw again. Fulham just camping in the Newcastle half. Good ball out to Tino on that left-hand side. But again, Tino just can't find Harvey Barnes on the overlap. And it's deflected back to Fulham. But again, poor clearance from Fulham. Give it back to Newcastle on the halfway line with Chow. Chow now just picks that ball up again. Now press from Fulham. Plays along the ball. Gives it to Tino quickly. Out to Harvey Barnes. He's got a bit of room. Harvey Barnes running on that diagonal. Ball out to Tino. It gets deflected out for a corner kick off Tete. Sloppy at times, mate.
I was going to say it's a game of errors at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah.
You have the ball. We'll have the ball. You have the ball. No, you have the ball. Basically, seems to be the way it's going. And now we've got two balls.
Yeah, I mean, you're being greedy now, War Captain. Bruno to take this one. Is he going to try and whip one in? Oh, this referee has seen something. He's asked Bruno to stop. Don't know what he's asking here.
No pulling, I think he's saying, isn't he?
What was that? I mean, they're nowhere near each other there. So you've got Chow and Shaw on the back stick with Wissa. Faced up by Tete and from Rowe. Again, ball comes into the back stick. It's headed to the edge of the box by Fulham. Again, cleared there by Kevin. And again, Murphy just hoofs the ball in the air into no direction. Reed heads it forward. Tino manages to get his head on it. Keeps it in play. Well done, Tino. Bruno picks the ball up and again has a look to try and play Wissa in. But, it's big offside.
Was that the old up and under from Murphy there?
It certainly was. Jimenez has gone down. I don't know whether he's pulled a muscle here. Jimenez competing with that ball. Tino does really well, and there's a an opportunity to try and play the ball over the top, and Wissa wants it in front of him, but he's run offside, and the ball's played on the diagonal from Bruno. But Jimenez comes back to try and put himself in between the ball. Oh, he lands on the ball, that's why. Just wins him.
Yeah.
Knock the wind out of his sails. Wissa here, he's just asking the lads to get up a bit tighter. Get a bit closer, drop them angles down for us, let him go long.
Good to see, isn't it? Good to see a striker.
It is. Yeah, Cuenca now with this ball, he says, to give it to the keeper. And again, just wasted a couple of more seconds here, Fulham. And there you go. Referee's not happy with that.
Oh, come on, ref man, you're wasting time here.
Yeah, referee's just explaining to him that you're faced up to take the free kick, and then you walk away and give it to the keeper. I'm not accepting that. I'm not sure whether that's requirement. To be fair, I mean all clubs do that. You know, it's just a waste of a couple of more seconds. Just add it on. Ball cleared long into the Newcastle half. It's headed up and out towards Tino from Shaw. Shaw gives it to Ramsey, who's under pressure straight away, Ramsey, but he managed to get a toe back to Shaw. Shaw again looks up, plays that long ball over the top, looking for Murphy. And again, it's watched all the way by Robinson, who heads it clear into Smith Rowe now. Out to Kevin. Robinson on the outside if he wants to give it to him. Robinson now with a clear chance to get it into the box. It's headed half clear. And again, Harvey Barnes just trying to feed it into Murphy, but it's gone back to Fulham. Again, Robinson into the box. Ramsdale's up for this one. And like a salmon out of that stream, claims the ball in the air. Rolls it out to Ramsey on that left-hand side now to try and move the ball forward. Inside to Bruno. Bruno then, first ball up to Wissa. Wissa trying to, on the half turn, plays the ball back to Bruno. A little bit to the side of Bruno. You could see the run of Willock there. Tried to get the ball up to him really quick. Char out to Murphy. Murphy gets it out of his feet. Again, drawing towards that byline. Dinks the ball into the box. Wissa tried to do a bicycle. And again, the ball's come out to Harvey Barnes on that left-hand side. I thought Wissa was going to pull the trigger there. Harvey Barnes with a run on the diagonal now. Plays the ball back to Bruno. Bruno out to Tino. Tino now drops that shoulder back to Barnes. Barnes again looks like he wants to really try and do something, but he dinks it in to Tino. Now out to the back stick. Murphy's looking to bring something else on this one. Again, just head tennis at the moment. Marley plays it back in, but again, Reed there is just able to clear that ball, but Marley's able to recover and pick the ball up, gives it to Chow. Back to Marley. Marley's got Murphy on the outside. Willett goes long. He plays it inside to Ramsey. Ramsey now, again on the half turn. Plays the ball along the floor to Willock, along to Marley. Marley plays it, tries to get Ramsey in again, but again, Robinson sees the problem and again wins that ball, but it's given straight back to Newcastle, giving it to Ramsey, out to Murphy now. Murphy picks the ball up into Bruno. Bruno sees Tino, got a bit of space, gives it to Harvey Barnes on the corner of the box. Harvey Barnes drops a shoulder, whips it in, and again, a keeper gets his hands to it, but he can't hold on to it, and it's cleared for another corner to Newcastle.
Do you think Wiss has Baltimore sitting on the bench just glaring at Eddie Howe saying, how come when I play there's never anybody in the opposing half just about from where? Now all of a sudden there's 6 players trying to attack in the box.
Yeah. That's what I said. It's frustrating as a striker, mate, because all you want is something to work off. But again, you can cover one player, but you can't cover everybody. And again, you've lost a little bit of that tactical nuance, but it's been a decent effort. Again, keeper comes out to try and punch that one, but it's nowhere near it. It's a bit of head tennis at the minute in that box. But Kevin manages to get his head to it and play the ball down the line for Jimenez to run to on the halfway line for Fulham now. There's a couple of green shirts breaking from deep. It's Wilson now. Wilson on the half turn, looks up, plays the ball on the diagonal to try and get Reed involved. Sorry, that's Smith Rowe involved. He plays it back to Reed. Reed now plays the ball back to Berg, who again now, Fulham, just with the ascendancy, just slow the game down. And again, well done, Bruno. He sees the danger there. But again, Willock on the half turn, he gets walked into a Fulham player, and the referee's going to stop play there because he's got a facial injury, according to. I think he's been shot by somebody.
I think he has.
Something's happened. What's going on here? He's rolling around like he's just been hit by Anthony Good.
He doesn't look right, does he?
No. I mean, he tries to just jink it round, and Robinson just stands his ground, and he runs into him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't seem that bad.
Not deliberately. No.
No. Doesn't seem that bad, to be fair.
Professional play by Willock because he knew being attacked against, potentially.
Yeah, potentially. You could say that. But it was just, like I say, a clumsy attempt to try and get the ball and beat his man, wasn't it?
Yeah. 100%.
Mad Dog
Eddie
having a
Howe
word
doesn't
with
look
the...
a happy man on the sideline still.
No. And Mad Dog having a word with the linesman there. I don't know what he's having a word with there. Silver's got his team together, though, and he's got an opportunity to and having a word with them.
What do you think of Silver as a manager, Gary?
I mean, again, you're talking about a guy who's got very little regarding budget. He's not got a great, the best football club in the world, but I mean, he gets something out of them, and that's all you can ask for. Would he do something else given the opportunity? Well, it's like everything. It's like I always say, you look at like Debris now, who's coming on at Sunderland, the Mackhams. He's bought wisely. He's got a team of workers there. They make it uncomfortable, and they're never going to be big names, big star names. But if you've got an eye for the player and the player's willing to do a bit of work for you, then you've always got an opportunity. I think, to be fair, what we've gone is we've gone for a bit more skill set. But for me, in transition now, the way it is, that's just gone out for a goal kick for Newcastle.
Yeah.
So maybe it was a little bit of teamship from Willock. I mean, it's an odd one to answer, mate, because like I said, it doesn't matter who you come in. There could be a really top manager. It doesn't always work out for you because the players, you've got to rebuild a whole squad. And when you're under the financial scrutiny like we are, you don't always get that opportunity. Ramsdale goes long. Again, competing Wisser there at the top. Head clear, though. And again, just pumped back into the penalty area for Fulham keeper to get control of the ball, and again just slow it down.
I don't know if there's been the TV companies have found out something, but they had Baltimore shown warming up.
Yeah, they always do that, don't they? Because Willock went down, so all the lads warming up, and it'll always be, when will we see him? Bruno there with a little touch into Harvey Barnes. Again, Willock not able to control that one, though, and it's giving it back to Fulham. Well done to Miley there, though, because he's kept his body in line there, and it's a throw into Newcastle. Played back to Murphy. Murphy gives it back to Miley. Miley facing his own goal, gives it into Bruno, who feeds Reed in and then gives it round the corner. Lovely ball out to Harvey Barnes, who heads it back towards Tino. Tino now picks that ball up. Again, the opportunity to give it back to Bruno, who's always wanted the ball, Bruno. Out to Harvey Barnes now. Faced up by Tete. Brings it back onto his right foot. Gives it to Bruno. Bruno looks up. Plays the ball square to Miley. Miley now picks the ball up around about 30 yards. Gives it to Murphy. Miley goes round the corner. Murphy puts the ball into the back stick. It's headed clear. Tino should keep this in play, though. There's no Fulham chasing it out. Tino brings it back. Gives it in to Ramsey. Ramsey now driving down towards the corner of that box. Slows the ball up, though, and plays the ball backwards to Shaw, who goes square to Chow. Miley into Willock. Back to Miley. Into Chow. And again, it's slow build-up, but Newcastle are keeping the ball. Good play there from Bruno. Into Harvey Barnes, and it's an own goal!
Yes.
Get it! Oh, he's offside.
Offside.
Oh, so unlucky. Great ball. Again, Bruno sees the opportunity to throw Murphy in, does really well, but Murphy just runs offside by a country mile.
Yeah.
But again, it's a good ball in along the floor, and it's deflected into his own goal, but it won't count because he was a country mile offside.
But why did the linesman delay giving that decision?
They have to now.
Well, they don't because there's no VAR.
No, but it's still the letter of the law.
That they have to still do. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, there's a chance here, though.
Oh, lads.
Tino again just couldn't get it out of his feet properly and get the ball across to the far post where you've got two players potentially there looking to bang the ball in. Fulham now with the ball with Kevin on this left-hand side. Kevin has got Smith Rowe running on the diagonal, picks the ball up, plays the ball back to Robinson. Robinson picks the ball up, again looking for options, goes backwards this time now to Anderson. Anderson looks up, so it's Kenka into Reed, back to Cuenca. Again, Smith Rowe now just trying to get Newcastle to move away from this deep, low block that they've got. And again, it's where Newcastle sometimes become a little bit vulnerable. Anderson now, again, just trying to make the play. Ball goes square, though, and it's broken a couple of lines here for Smith Rowe, who tries to shape a ball into the far corner, and it's straight into the midriff of Ramsey. I mean, again, you know, it's one of them. When we go on that deep and we're trying to block all these lanes, good ball out to Harvey Barnes. Can't keep that in, though. Unlucky, that one. And we do always look a little bit vulnerable, don't we?
We do. Whenever we're attacking, but Gary, that's partly by the way Fulham are playing as well. If you notice, their midfield, they're willing to keep 2 or 3 players forward.
Yeah. That's what I said. It's that gamble, isn't it?
Yeah, which puts questions into our players' heads.
Yeah, and there you go. I mean, Tino's just trying to shape it to the back stick there, and he just can't get enough zip on the ball. Lovely move from Harvey Barnes on the half turn. He's asking for it back, but he sees 2 players running on that back stick, Tino, and he's trying to drive the ball in towards that area. Just doesn't get enough on it. Robinson now into the box. Oh, I thought that was going to fall to Harry Wilson, and then it's just. The Bruno just deflects it out then for a Newcastle goal kick.
I think we're the better team in this game, but I don't think we've got any control over it at all.
We look a better team going forward. I just don't think we are, like I say, fully in control of the game. Because, like I say, every time we go in on the defensive, we are struggling somewhat. You know, look, Miley's coming to the inside there. Look. From that right back position. He's playing now more of a midfielder. So he has been asked to do more of a Trippier role, to play in the 6 with Bruno. And that allows Ramsey and Willock to get a bit further forward. Tino, again, looks a little bit clumsy at times, Tino. Always worries me when he plays like that. Malik Chow sees the opportunity to get Willock on the run. Willock now with the first touch takes him a bit wider, but he's still got hold of the ball, brings it back to Miley. Miley drops it back to Willock, plays it inside to Bruno. Bruno now sees the opportunity to get Murphy, and Murphy at the byline drags the ball back. It's half cleared, but Miley should be able to get this one. He gets it, plays the ball back to Bruno. Bruno now has got options in centre if he wants to bring in Malik Chow. He gives it to Chow. Chow goes square to Shaw. Shaw's got Harvey Barnes and Tino to the left of him. Gives it out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes now picks the ball up again, waiting for Tino to run to take a play with him. Brings it back to Bruno. Bruno again, options, looking for options, having to go backwards, Bruno. Gives it to Shaw. Shaw now driving forward, plays the ball inside. It's been lucky, but it's got there. Harvey Barnes has got the opportunity to try and play in Willock. But again, Willock a little bit on his heels and not really picking that opportunity up. It looked like for a minute that Barnes was going to shoot and try and get one into the bottom corner. In the end, he plays the ball into the space, but Willock just wasn't reading the game properly. And I can see Voltamada, he's prepped 68 minutes. He's done well with her, to be fair. And Tonali's coming on. So I would imagine it's going to be Bruno. Like you said, he looked like he was a bit heavy-legged. Robinson now picks the ball up for Fulham, plays the ball down towards Jimenez, and again, Kevin, and it was a poor touch from Kevin. And plays the ball out, trying to get Reed involved. Willock now picks the ball up and again looks the ball over the top for Wissa. It's half cleared from Fulham. Out to the edge of the box. Again, ball's in the air. Bruno's underneath this one, gets his head to it. It's cleared again. Only half cleared, though. Newcastle picked the ball up with Chow. Again, gives it to Miley. Miley's got Shaw, if he needs him, in the centre circle, just inside the Newcastle half. But again, Fulham just dropping back off him, plays the ball out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes, again, mix up with Ramsey there. But again, Fulham not content in keeping hold of the ball, giving the ball straight back to Newcastle with a throw in there. Now, they've got an opportunity to really take these to the sword, but they're just not taking that final third ball yet. Harvey Barnes again picks up, drops his shoulder into the box with a cross. Again, it's headed half clear, but onto the edge of the box. Again, this one is headed back by Ramsey, but it falls quite comfortably into Lecomte's hands. Wisser goes to close the ball down as he picks it up. Again, just wasting a little bit more time. The referee puts his fingers up to say, I'm counting down. Ball up to this left-hand side. It's fallen well to Kevin. But again, Murphy picks that ball up. Back to Chow, who gives it to Bruno now, running to the centre circle. Bruno, again, got Barnes on the diagonal, gives it to Barnes. Again, wants to run to that byline. Comes back onto his right foot, waiting for Tino. Gives it to Tino now on that left-hand side. But Tino on the slip gives the ball back to Tete and Fulham. And pressed into the corner now by Harvey Barnes. Tete can just kick the ball out of play. So here we go. It looks like there's going to be changes made now.
I think we could do with some fresh legs, fresh ideas.
Yeah, we've looked a little bit leggy over the last 10 minutes.
Does look like it's Bruno for Tonali.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Oh, no, it's not.
Willock?
Willock?
Yeah. Willock just can't get a full game, can he?
No. It is Wisser.
And there you go, and it is Wisser. Yeah, as expected. But again, let's not drop off with these balls into the box now.
No.
Because that's the last thing we want. So a different shape, do you think? Do you think Tonali will go into the 6 now?
I think probably Tonali goes into 6 and Bruno pushes forward a little bit. Or potentially leaves Bruno where he is and lets Tonali go into the number 8, I suppose.
No, I'd love that, to be fair.
Yeah.
Throw into Newcastle then. Throw it in deep, gives back to Tino. Tino plays it out. Harvey Barnes now with a little ball into the box. It's cleared by Anderson. Again, up to Harry Wilson, who's on the half turn. Sees the run of Kevin down this left-hand side. Marley chasing him into the corner now. Again, still with Kevin. Ball comes in from Kevin. And again, just over the top of the bar. And that's a goal kick to Newcastle. Quite a poor end there. Oh, was it Robinson? It was Robinson, apology. I thought it was Kevin. Another couple of subs coming on for Fulham now. Don't know who's coming off yet. As soon as I know. I think one of them is going to be Smith Rowe. He's not done a lot, to be fair. And it wouldn't surprise me if that one's Kevin coming off as well. Yeah, so Smith Rowe's off. And King is on. I thought King would have started, to be fair. So that's like for like.
Yeah.
King will play centre.
It is Smith Rowe.
And Kevin's off for Traore. So Traore's on now, Mr. Muscle. Again, not lit himself with any flames today, Kevin. But like I say, I'm quite happy about that. So let's see what Traore can do. And now we've got Tino down.
Oh, no.
He's saying he's looking on the inside, his medial part of his knee there. Just seeing he's got obviously a little bit of pain. They're just doing the test there to make sure that the ligaments are all still in line, and looks like they are.
His face doesn't look good though, Tino, does it?
Here we go. Young Alex Murphy getting warmed up. It looks like he could be getting stripped. Alex Murphy.
I think Tino could be off, yeah.
I know I do. Alex Murphy is getting stripped, guys. So we are down to the bones now.
I know we kidded before the match about target, but it could be a serious thing to have to look into now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all from that slip look. When his footing went from underneath him, he obviously tweaked something when he got up. Look, see here. When he goes down into this corner, he loses his footing. And on that spin there, it looks like he's obviously, but he's running okay. So I really don't know what happened there. So Tino's off.
It's one of those ones that looks like nothing, doesn't it?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, nothing at all of any description. So let's see what young Murphy can operate with. Like I say, so two fullbacks, two young fullbacks. It brings our age group down a little bit more.
I tell you one thing, the end of this match, it's 8:15 start. You're potentially going to have quite a bit of extra time, and if it goes to penalties, I've pity the poor Fulham fans trying to get home.
Well, yeah, exactly. There ain't many in the upper tiers by the looks of it.
No. But you do think when they're travelling up from London for a midweek match, why do you have a 8:15 kickoff?
Well, the only thing I can think of is travel time. You know what I mean? To give them the opportunity to get up here. I was thinking that. Why have we gone? Because usually these are a bit earlier, aren't they? 8:45, 7:30 kickoffs. But obviously they've just been allowed to get the travel time. Anyway, Alex Murphy with his first touch, throw it on that left-hand side. Throws the ball into Voltemada's first touch, and he plays it back to Shaw. Shaw's got Alex Murphy to the left of him. If he wants to give it, he goes square to Chow. Chow again on the close from King. He gives it out to Murphy. Murphy down the line now looking for Miley. But again, Cuenca just able to see that ball out to Robinson down the line. And again, Robinson just plays the ball forward. King just can't get hold of it. And Murphy now has picked up the ball. But again, he's lost it straight away. And Traore now with a bit of a run. But Tonali with his first touch manages to rob that ball back. And Tonali now just trying to make something happen down this right-hand side. And again, he's got lots of green shirts around him. But where's the help, lads? He's looking at all his lads. They're all running away from him. What the hell are you doing? It's crazy. It's criminal. He's literally sat there. You could see him asking the question. Oh, Murphy again, just not able to keep that little header in.
Come on, help us.
I don't know what he's gesticulating there, Tonali. Throwing to Fulham.
To get going a bit, didn't it? So, come on.
Yeah. Robinson now with a throw-in just inside the halfway line. The Fulham's off. He takes a couple of extra strides. And again, there's a little bit of push in the back there from Shaw. He's able to get away with that one. Ball over the top, looking for Harvey Barnes' run again, but again, not directed perfectly. And Tete, under pressure from Barnes, kicks it out. Alex Murphy throws the ball in. Ramsey now. Again, looking for that half turn from Ramsey, but he's been closely marked by Reed. Throws the ball out towards Murphy, who plays the ball down the line for Bruno. Bruno tries to get past Berg, but unable to. And again, Berg just with that out ball up towards King. And Miley's able to win the ball back. Murphy again. Again, Murphy just trying to slow the game down a little bit, take it backwards. Chow into Tonali, back to Chow. Again, Alex Murphy going to be totally different to watching Tino operate down that left-hand side. Murphy comes inside. Again, opportunity to play a decent ball in, but nowhere near Voltemada and into the keeper's hands. Well, it's weird, isn't it, when you get somebody of his height, and again, the quality of the cross just goes. It's like, what is it? What is it? Ball again from Fulham, trying to play out on the back. Again, playing dodgy here. Jimenez just getting the opportunity to try and get that ball out to Wilson, but Wilson can't keep it in play. And again, poor from Fulham, to be fair. Their quality, just as you can see, really struggling. Jimenez handles the ball, if I'm honest with you, and he's control. But I think the referee didn't spot it. Shaw gives it to Chow. Chow goes up towards Bruno, who again gets muscled out there quite easily by Fulham. Again, Chow does really well to win that ball back, but it's a poor pass from Tonali, and again gives it to Howard Wilson, and now Berg, and now Tonali picks that ball up. It's really poor from both teams at times, to be fair. Bruno out to Murphy, into Tonali, back out to Murphy. Tonali goes on the outside. Murphy tries to get the ball, really looking for that, and the ball is out for a goal kick. I can see what he was trying to do there. He was trying to shape a ball into that back stick in between the goalkeeper and the defence. But it was too much on it. It needed to be another 5 yards shorter than that, and that would have been an ideal ball.
Wyomwood took some pop shots at this keeper as well. You could see in the first half, and you've seen the second half, he's not the best. Just have a couple of punts and have a shot at it.
Well, he certainly, like I say, he must be sponsored by Teflon with them gloves, because he's not held anything tonight. Ball down the line to Wilson. Again, nice little drag and go there from Shaw, but he can only play the ball out for a Fulham throw-in. They go back to Anderson. Again, just trying to pick up the ball with the middle of the park there, Berg. Now he gives it into Reed. Now on that outside with Wilson. Again, it was Jimenez. Apologies. Jimenez just plays it against Alex Murphy, I think it was, and it's out for a throw-in again, in line with the Newcastle penalty box. So again, we've got to keep on our toes here. And Tete now picks the ball up, brings it back towards Berg, back to Tete, and again, Newcastle forcing Fulham to go backwards. Anderson goes across to Cuenca. Again, King on the half turn, slips, but is able to get it back. And again, Bruno, he's been penalised there for being a little bit too close for the referees like it. Ball long, Miley gets the ball out, but again, it's only come to King. Again, back out towards Traore on this left-hand side. Hall muscle and now Brian. Again, Miley does well, stands him up in that corner. Miley, don't give the ball away there. King gives it to Robinson. Robinson plays the ball out to Tete, and Tete again nearly gives the ball back to Newcastle. But the referee saw a little bit of a late challenge there from Voltemade on Tete, and it's a yellow card to Voltemade. Again, we've gone sloppy since the changes, and it seems to always happen. We always go as though we've never blooming played with each other.
I know it's Christmas time, but we're playing a Christmas tree on the edge of the 22-yard box.
Yeah, exactly.
There's nobody upfield again. It's the same old. You leave one player at least up the field a little bit. Exactly the same thing. We've got a free kick. They've got a free kick, and every one of our players is on the edge of the box, basically.
Yeah, like I say, they're all camped in. Wilson's going to take this free kick. It's around about 35 yards out. Too far out for a direct shot. So Wilson with an angle cross. It's up towards Shaw. It's into the near post. Malik Chow keeps his eye on that. And out for a corner to Fulham. I mean, like I say, we are sometimes, it looks desperate, too quick to get rid of that ball. And like I say, young Miley there did everything right with Traore, but then tries to be too clever. You should just get, put your foot through it and clear your lines. It doesn't matter whether it goes out for a throw-in, halfway up your field of play. But you don't want to be giving your ball back there.
But again, for this corner, I know I keep saying it, but why haven't we got a player outside the box at least?
Yeah. Ball comes in from Fulham to the back stick, headed back towards the danger area. And again, Berg just tries to do something with it. Yeah. And it's cleared into the halfway line. And Fulham, again, just trying to direct the ball out. Alex Murphy heads out towards Barnes. Barnes now tries to play down the line, but Reed deflects that out for a throw into Newcastle. Oh, here we go. Thunder and lightning's coming on now. Murphy and Barnes are off for Elanga and Gordon.
Do
you reckon this is the... Sorry?
I don't disagree with this one at all. I think the two lads have done well tonight, Murphy and Barnes, but I do think a bit of speed might Might do a good here.
Yeah. Willock's praying to the gods already. I don't know whether that's a good sign or a bad one. Oh, bless. 85th minute team, Newcastle 1, Fulham 1. And he's looking a little desperado at minute. Ball played back. Again, just cleared lines from Newcastle up towards Voltemada. It's headed back towards Tonali, though, just inside his own half. He gets it under control, plays the ball up to Ramsey, and then Wilson just takes a little touch at the back heel of Ramsey. He's preaching his innocence there, Wilson. And referees allowed him not without a card, though, to be fair. Just runs across his back foot, doesn't he, Wilson?
I don't know what innocence he can plead there.
No. As I said, I'm lucky he hasn't got a yellow card.
Yeah. He has come into the game a bit, Wilson, though, in the second half.
Bruno with this free kick. Again, just launches it towards that back stick. Lots of players go up there, but Shaw's beaten. Ball comes out to Tonali, who plays it back. Is that Murphy? Yeah, Murphy on the right-hand side. Picks the ball back up, though, from Ramsdale. Gives the ball back to Ramsdale. Again, Ramsdale just dragging the ball back, and he's just waiting for the boys to get back into position. Shaw now. Plays the ball out for the first touch for Anthony Gordon. Plays the ball inside to Tonali on the edge of his own box. Again, ball out looking for Elanga, and Robinson. He's questioned about handball there, but he gets away with that one. Well done, Tonali again there. Wins the ball back. Voltemada. Voltemada on the half turn. Again, long way away from goal. Gives it into Miley. Miley on the outside now with Elanga. Elanga down back with Miley. Miley got an option to put the ball into the box, lad. Gives it back to Elanga. Whips the ball in. Again, cleared down from Anderson, but it's right in the air. And everybody's just waiting for the ball to come down with snow on it. Lucky deflection there to Wilson. Wilson's running down. He's got halfway into the Newcastle half. Newcastle scrambling back into position. Wilson just trying to dink the ball in towards the box with King. But it's, again, too many black and white shirts back there. There was half an opportunity there, but I think, again, it's too late in the game for the likes of Wilson to keep running down into the open grass. Ball inside from Elanga to Tonali. Tonali now, again, about 35, 40 yards away. Miley now. Elanga on the outside, Tonali inside. Back to Miley. Back out to Elanga. Back to Miley. Again, Elanga passes the ball behind Miley. So Miley has to run another 15 yards there to pick that ball up. Shaw gives it to Alex Murphy. Murphy down the line to Gordon. First touch into Ramsey. Ramsey does well to go round, gives it back to Gordon. Gordon sees Murphy on the outside. Murphy sees Voltemada point the finger into that corner. Voltemada now picks the ball up. Again, backed up by Tete. He's away from the box now, Voltemada. Again, looking for options. I don't know what he wants to do. Gives it back to Gordon. No, hasn't got a clue where he wanted to go with that one. Shaw now. Everybody camped deep into the Fulham half. Chow. Out to Elanga. Elanga first time into Bruno's feet. Bruno now looking to get something going with Elanga. Elanga running towards the box. Ramsey. Miley. Miley into the penalty area to that back stick. Wolfie gets up and he gives it back to Gordon. Gordon now gets it out of his feet. He's running backwards and it's an awful touch. And again, lucky for Newcastle, it's deflected back to a black and white shirt. Oh, my days. What are you doing, lad? You're trying to run through in the wrong lanes, aren't they? It's crazy.
They're trying to run through the wrong lanes.
Go on, mate.
As soon as they get the ball, they're just passing it to each other. It's a comedy of errors.
They're trying to pass it in a really tight space where there's bodies, in front of them. So you get a toe on it and you've lost the ball. Murphy with a throw in then. 89th minute, guys. Still 1-1. Into Bruno. Back to Murphy and Bruno. Goes square to Ramsdale. Who again, no green shirts around him here. Plays the ball into Chow. Chow now has got an option to run. He's got lots of green space to run into, and it looks like everybody's just allowing him to run. Plays the ball out to Elanga. Robinson's got Elanga, though. Plays the ball into Bruno. Bruno now into Tonali. Tonali just looking for options. Gives it to Chow. Back out to Elanga. Elanga's got Miley on the outside. Elanga comes inside and doesn't pass it to anybody in particular, apart from to a green shirt. King now with the opportunity to bring the ball forward, but Tonali tracks back and wins the ball back. Coming into the final minute of the game, Alex Murphy now. You see how it's different now with Murphy on the field. There's no forward movement from Murphy. Pretty static. When Tino was giving him that extra body, Murphy's just sat deep and playing more or less a 3 now. 6 minutes of injury time, team. Elanga down the line to Miley. Miley plays the ball back up to the halfway line to Chow. Chow's got an option to go left-hand side if he wants to with Shaw. Shaw straight away goes out to Murphy. Murphy's made a 15-yard forward movement, but again comes back inside, gives it to Bruno. Bruno's got Gordon on the outside, Murphy on the outside, Ramsey inside, gives it to Ramsey. Now back to Tonali. Tonali back out to Elanga. Elanga gives the ball to Ramsey, who I think he's had a good game today, Ramsey. Plays the ball inside. Good ball that is from Ramsey to Bruno. Bruno's deflected shots. Again, falls to Tonali. Interval to Marder. Into Murphy. Miley. Oh! Miley with an instep. Yeah. And I thought he was going to get it, but it's a corner. Unlucky that. But that was really nice play from Newcastle. Again, doing everything that they needed to do. And then when the opportunity came, he gets a sneaky shot at going into the corner, and Lecomte gets a hand down to it. So here we go. Come on, boys. 92nd minute of the 6 added time. Tonali out there to try and throw this ball, a good ball in. Ball comes towards the near post. It's flicked on for Miley. It's a goal. Oh, yes. Miley gets on his head onto it, flick onto the back stick. Get in. Miley. Yes. Well done. Oh, it was a perfect goal. Yeah, perfect goal, mate. I keep saying that. You need boys at the front stick, and we need to aim at the front stick a lot more. But I don't know why we don't have one body at the back stick, just in case it doesn't quite go your way. But what was again, you've got to question the keeper, haven't you? He half comes, then he stops, and then it's just, by the time he gets to that position, he's nowhere near it. 2-1 Newcastle.
He's not on showboat Miley, is he? The players were pushing him towards the crowd to go and celebrate, and he didn't want to go and showboat himself.
Yeah, yeah, you certainly got the gaffer jumping in the air with that one. Well done, Miley. Great finish.
It
was a great ball in as well. Yeah, I mean, he was being pushed in the back as well, Miley, to be fair. So, yeah, superb. Again, you've got to say, I think the lad's done everything he can playing at right back today. Like I say, not his normal position, but he certainly hasn't let the team down.
No, definitely not.
So here we go. I think there's... I've just seen a substitute warming up for Fulham. We'll see. We'll get to that in a second. Anyway, it's back with Reed. Elanga on the press here, going back to Lecomte. Ooh, Lecomte drags the ball back, and Elanga carries on running to the buildup. Headed clear by Chow. Comes up to Robinson. Again, King. And again, Miley does enough to get onto that ball. And there you go. You have got a player on. And I think, from what I can see, it's Berg who's gone off. And Kusu Asar is on. Another forward-thinking player for Fulham. So it's the last throw of the dice for them. Ball out for a Fulham throw. Reed now plays the ball out to Tete. Again, Tete is just going to throw this into the area. And he does. Miley heads it clear, though. Ball's come out to Robinson. Half a press from Newcastle. Again, come halfway, but then they stop, as they always do, Newcastle. It's shirt off time, team, because it's going to get hot. Traore throws it into the box. Ramsdale, well done, son. Comes in, collects that one. Woof. Can't fault that. Ramsdale with his ball in his hand is going to take as many minutes as he can with his ball. Wait for that referee to stick his fingers in the air. Long ball cleared. Picked up by Toon Army there. And again, not really done giving him the options there from Ramsey. Ball back to Lecomte, who goes long. Again, he falls, luckily from the headed deflection now for into Newcastle. Again, clear was poor, and it's come to Toon Army. Toon Army's got an opportunity to run into the channels here. He does really well. Plays the ball around the back of Tete. He's running into the corner, being very professional here to run the clock down. And again, he goes to ground. Referee's not giving it, though. And Wilson just brings the ball out and plays the ball long towards the halfway line. But again, not towards a green shirt per se. Cleared forward, and Toon Army just runs into Reed. And Reed's gone down as though he's been hit by a juggernaut.
We certainly seem to have learned a little bit here, Gary, because we're spreading the match out. We're not going back and trying to defend this.
No, but we've just got to be careful. The 96th minute of 6 added on, so we come into that crunch time. No mistakes now, team. Just keep hold of the ball and see that clock down. Ramsdale again looking and taking the ball as long as he can. Goes long again up towards Voltemada, but again, Voltemada's been seen off by a couple of players. It's headed back to Lecomte's hand. Lecomte just looks up, plays the ball long into the corner. It's over the top of everybody, but short. Again, I thought Ramsdale could have given him a call there because there was a little bit too much juice on that one and it could have bounced out. And it's a throw-in line with the Newcastle penalty area. We're in the 96th minute, guys. So, again, we are into whatever the referee decides to add on.
A lot of nail biting.
Cool, here we go again. Tete with the throw-in. Again, they're not in any rush, blooming Fulham here. You'd think they'd be racing to get this ball into the box. Again, he's just giving himself a couple of more yards here at Tete. He launches this ball into the box. Come on, come and head that ball. Well done. Murphy heads the ball out, but it only comes to a green shirt. It's come to King. King brings the ball inside. It's gone all the way out to Tete, who's about 30 yards out. He has a shot. Oh, my God.
Heck.
Wow. I thought that was closer. Yeah, Jesus. Closer than it needed to be, guys, from Tete. That should be it now, I think. Ball is out for a goal kick to Newcastle. Referee staying deep alongside Ramsdale, though, asking him to continue, get it going. That's it. I think we're all over. We're already over the 6 minutes. It's got to be blown after this. Ramsdale with a long clearance up towards Voltemada again, but again, nobody gets on that. It's all the way through to Lecomte. How long are you adding, ref?
Come on, ref.
Lecomte rolls it out. Anderson goes long again. Referee is slowed right down, and I think that is it. You can say you stopped running there, the referee, so that is it. Done. Newcastle winning 2-1, guys. Wasn't as easy as we first thought, but we got there in the end. Interesting. I say we will go straight in for the post-match analysis straight after this. So hopefully Chris will be jumping on. Final thoughts, mate?
Yep, job done, isn't it? Not the greatest of games, not the greatest of performances. Some players did themselves didn't have any issues with what they did. When they came in, they give themselves a chance for the next game. Eddie's got a lot of questions to ask himself now. How does he chop and change for the Chelsea game?
Yeah, I thought the midfield did okay. You know, like I say, I wasn't unhappy with what I saw. I mean, like I said, we always know that there's going to be individuals, but like I say, we'll get more into that when we get into the review. Thanks for watching, guys, for everybody that stayed with us. I don't think there was any super chats, though wasn't. So thank you, like I say, 1-0. Jump on board with us directly after this. You guys may be diverted directly to it anyway, and we'll see you on the next one. Thanks for watching. Ciao for now.
See you later, guys.